Time to raise the stakes. The buy-in moves to $25,000, and that, of course, brings with it the biggest first-place prize of the series. This is the Poker Masters. Welcome to the PokerGO Studio for the pregame show. We are getting you set for final table coverage of event number 8. He is Brent Hanks. I am Jeff Platt. Brent, a lot at stake today, not just as far as money is concerned.
Ready for it?
Okay.
Moving day at the Poker Masters. Huh? Shake and bake, baby. We got a lot going on.
You've been waiting on that one for about a week.
Sitting on it.
All right, let's get right to it and take a look at the leaderboard for this final table. It is presented by Zenni Eyewear for everyone. Our short stacks, John Reardon and Brock Wilson, they can make a major move in the race for the purple jacket. More on that in just a minute. It's Darren Elias' second cash of the Poker Masters, his first final table. Chris Brewer is in second with more than 1.8 million in chips. But Brent, everyone looks up at Elias Garza, our chip leader, with almost 40% of the chips in play.
Sweet Lou.
Sweet Lou, I like it.
He's been reckless. He's been on fire, and he was just annihilating folks throughout the course of day one. I was watching all that live reporting. I know we've talked a lot about Reardon coming in with his fourth cash. We talk about Brock the Brain Wilson. He can move up the leaderboard. But Sweet Lou Garza right here that we're watching, with a win today, Jeff, correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay, I correct you often.
As long as a couple things go his way, a win here today could take him to the top of the leaderboard for that purple jacket.
That is exactly right. He could move into first in that race. That depends, though, on how John Reardon and Brock Wilson do today. It is Reardon's fourth cash of the 2021 Poker Masters. He hasn't run particularly well at final tables, 2 sixth-place finishes and a 10th for him. Wilson entering this event just 9 points back of the overall series lead, so he assures himself of that lead with a third-place finish or better. It's a fourth-place finish in event number 1 for Brock Wilson, and he wins event number 4. The Brain is on fire.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I sort of ruled out Brock the Brain the other day, and I feel bad about it. I do.
Yeah.
I do. I feel bad. I love Brock the Brain. He knows it. You know it. Everyone knows it, Jeff. A lot of people say that. Now, Brock the Brain is the one I'm concerned about because I don't know if he's going to play the bigger buy-ins yet to come, the 50K and the 100K. I know he needs third or better today, and he'll be out in front for the purple jacket, but he's got to play them all if he's going to take it home.
And I don't think he knows yet, right?
Doesn't. I asked him yesterday. He said, I don't know. I'm on the fence. Maybe, though, final tabling this today, maybe with a podium finish, that top 3, which would put him out in front. That's all it would take to get Brock the Brain back in business.
All right, what do you say we take a look at those overall series standings? So technically, Daniel Negreanu still leads the way, just slightly over Sean Perry. Brock Wilson is in third, and our final 2 from yesterday's event, Dylan DeStefano and Steven Chidwick, round out our top 5. Brent, you said yesterday that Chidwick was the overall odds-on favorite. Would you say the same today?
I will. And not only do I think he's, not overall, he's tied. I've got Chidwick and Negreanu as the outright leaders and the favorites going into the quest for the purple jacket for the remainder of the series. If I had to bet them, I'd set a line at about plus 125 each.
So you didn't change your pick today. I'm proud of you.
I'm not changing.
I mean,
I'm
you
sticking
added
to
one.
it.
You said
these
Negreanu
guys are going to play
Chidwick.
everything. We know it.
Yeah.
You know, Daniel's riding a heater for the first time in 8 years. So, I mean, how can you dismiss that? And Chidwick is just, well, he's Steven Chidwick.
That much is very true. All right, Nerd Focus, make it happen.
Come on, baby.
Let's do it.
Oh, right.
Let's do it. And let's send you off to Ali Najad and Maria Ho. More than $425,000 up top. Final table coverage starts right now.
The heat has been turned up here at the Poker Masters. 5 players all punked down $25,000 as the buy-ins have escalated to find their way to this final table. And among them, Elias Garza. Back-to-back final tables here. Looking swaggy as they all head in to take their seats and take a shot at the title here in event number 8, the $25,000 No Limit Hold'em. Ali Najad alongside Maria Ho with the call. An impressive collection of talent and some real implications in the race for the Poker Masters jacket, an overall series title, which we will get to. Those 3 right there, those who have a shot at the lead. Easiest path would belong to Brock Wilson, currently third in the overall race, just 9 points behind Daniel Negreanu. Third place or better, and he will finish number 1. John Reardon, who sits in seat number 1. If he wins it and Wilson finishes 4th or 5th, he takes the lead, and of course, Lou Garza win this event and take it down, and currently he is poised to do just that with just shy of 3 million in chips to start the event, or the final table rather. Chris Brewer, 1.8 million. Darren Elias, the most decorated World Poker Tour player of all time, just shy of 1.5 million, followed by Brock Wilson, and rounding out the field, 5th in chips is John Reardon. Button will start on Darren Elias.
Bucky was doing some
I'm out.
stuff all day. Oh shit.
I would have snapped just because I was mad about the 9s.
That's true.
And Maria, perhaps your initial thoughts on the ensemble.
I mean, you can count on Garza to bring the swag. He makes back-to-back final tables and shows up like he has a special final table outfit for each final table he plans on making here at Poker Masters, because that, yesterday was a vibe. That is so far my favorite. Purple is my favorite color.
We are simply a stone's throw from crystals, where one can certainly part ways with many Benjamins worth of fashion's finest.
All in.
All in.
Let's see if I get last one in.
And Darren Elias
Oh.
asks for John Reardon
And a call.
to participate, and Reardon
Oh my God,
complies. Jack 10 suited.
Pretty looking hand to find with an 8 big blind
I
stack.
might make 3 final
Blinds
tables
20 and
like
40,000
3
with that 40K ante.
Did you bust the first hand of?
Yeah, I think so. First time I played, I think I just folded twice.
Okay. Good luck, Darren.
And
I want to get
this 320,000 is a little shy of 20% of Elias's stack, so he is spinning the wheel and comes up with trip 4s.
You can't even you can't even get the queen of clubs.
This is a really bad spot for Reardon now. Just 3% equity, as you can
You're
see.
brutal, man. You had nothing.
No, the king doesn't do. The king doesn't give him
I'll
much.
give him the jack. Jack's good.
No, what you want is the 4 spades for the chop.
Oh, there's the club on the turn that restores some hope.
So
Ace
far,
of clubs for backspain.
a made for TV run out.
Queen of clubs.
Queen of clubs.
Is the flush there? No, it is not. Just the 10, and John Reardon's tenure
Oh,
here
that's
at this final
longer than I
table
thought I was going to.
lasts just one hand in the short stack dispatch, but not before picking up
Why'd they mic me up for a
$114,000 for the effort.
No, I changed it up. I copied Chris. I want a V-neck. Wanted to do a
One
V-neck.
single big blind.
That's a nice start for Darren Elias, by the way. Ever dangerous.
I really hope I don't find a way to make it a single big blind heel after this ad. That'd be a little rough.
That's about as
Yeah,
much emotion,
very
I feel
big
like, as
pot.
you'll really see from Darren when he's out there operating, the East Coaster from Medford, New Jersey.
Yeah,
Originally
my
from
job.
Boston.
definitely one of the
Now I
Stoke
gotta
ones,
fly.
and has a very intimidating table presence.
Just has a sense that he has supreme confidence in any situation he's confronted with. Obviously, he's been at it a minute, 34 years of age, 8.6 million plus in career tournament earnings, and about 3.8 million online to go with it.
10 seconds. Breath.
Used to be a grinder over at the Borgata in Atlantic City, and that would be the same path one Philip Ivey took to stardom. Garza enters the mix with 7-5 suited. Elias with 2 black 5s.
Call.
Will flat. He is effectively the button with the button frozen on Reardon.
Big hand for Brewer here, but a little bit awkward given the fact that he's facing a raise from the chip leader and a call.
All in.
All in.
He will take his chances nevertheless, as he sends some barley and hops into the cauldron. Brewer with the 2 jacks. will pick up the chips.
Ace
They
king
try,
off.
they try to fucking do it to me, man.
Yeah, they're trying to get that one big blind.
Oh, believe that is the first we've seen the
So this,
rake
I was not
used
raising the
by
tail and called.
one of the dealers.
Called
That
tail
used to
and
be a
folded.
fixture once upon a time.
I mean,
were
that's a
not
really
shoving
big,
people.
oversized
raising.
table. I don't think that's regulation, and people have short arms, Ollie. What do you
It wasn't
expect?
Well, they weren't short until they arrived at this table, which is so oversized, and you start to feel like a T-Rex. Oh, there you go. There's a shot for Maria. The McQueens for the lenses.
Okay.
That is a fly shirt.
Right. So listen, you know how yesterday you were saying that he's somebody that you would want to go party with after he wins a big final table. I'm going to say that he's someone I want to go shopping with after, or just not even after he wins, any day of the week. I think I
Careful
could
what you
really
wish for.
use-
A shopping trip with Lou Garza strikes me as something that could end up putting a significant dent in one's finances.
But I could use a stylist. You know, I'm not flossing like that.
All right. Well, let me see what I can do, Maria. Let me see what kind of arrangements I might be able to make.
Okay,
This-
maybe I need to win a tournament first before I go shopping with Garza.
Ah, you've rethought it. 90 to go, says Elias, with King 4 suited. Queen 4 works so well. No takers. And when you woke up to the news that this was the 5-pack here at this final table, Maria, what were your initial thoughts? Garza chip lead wire to wire. Did you think Elias middle of the pack going to be a threat?
My first thought is, I wonder what Garza is going to wear. And then my second thought is, my money's probably on Elias. I just feel like he's so experienced, not to take anything away from any of the other
service
players at the
665,
table,
so,
but everybody knows
625.
Elias is a closer.
This is a bit of a coming out party for Brock Wilson, who already won event number 4. And certainly if he picks up some chips, could be an absolute threat to take it down here. And let us not take anything away from Brewer and Garza, who certainly, as they run 1-2, are questioning our lack of respect for their prospects.
Break it up. Break it down. Back it up.
I got to say right now that I would like to apply for president of the Lou Garza fan club.
I mean,
Yeah,
this
I
table-
mean,
feel like
among
this
other
table's
things, I would love for him to share his Spotify playlist with me, because I'm into that music.
Forgive me for zeroing in on this, but among other things, Maria,
How big this table is.
It's
Oh
massive.
no, the tweets that I have received.
I mean,
Cards are
people
also
are
really big when
already
you go into the next event.
setting
No,
lines on
It looks like there is a bend
the
in that call.
nuptials.
That was all. Like, and I didn't see the
I
call or
mean,
anything.
it's too early.
Maybe not.
Probably the ace of spades.
It's probably just the way the light hit. Yeah, it's the
I
ace
think
of
it's the
spades.
ace of spades.
The ace of spades, I was multi.
It's, if I know it is, though, then it might be good.
Ace 3 suited for Chris Brewer, the 27-year-old, lives up in Eugene, Oregon. That's a crunchy part of the country, let me tell you something. Having grown up in the shadow of Berkeley, I know a hippie town when I see one. He actually is a University of Oregon alumnus in business, and you guessed it, mathematics. The mind is primed for poker. And Brewer actually ran track at Oregon, and that's not an easy squad to make. The Prefontaine neck of the woods. Was a distance runner.
Break it up. So funny. They even got the right color too. Purple on the little rake thing.
Jack 7 turns into a gut shot straight draw for Elias, who defended, and for Brewer, he's got himself bottom pair and backdoor spades.
Check.
Decides to check back. Turn is the 7, and Elias jumps out into the lead. 4-liner on the board.
Definitely an interesting board texture. Both players, for their actual holding, doesn't necessarily have one that they could bet multiple streets for value, but
10
certainly
seconds.
for Elias, in his mind, probably worth
Bet
protecting a
40,000.
bit from some of that overcard equity that is likely to be in Brewer's hand.
Call.
I love that rake. I mean, where does one even purchase something like that? As both players take the river for 80,000 ahead. Elias set the price, and now will he go for value on this river? You got to be a little concerned, don't you, once you get called on this turn? Guess not.
I mean, I think for Elias, he does have some concern. There are some hands that Brewer has that do contain a 4 that would have checked back the flop, but here,
Bet
seeing
125,000.
this sizing come out of Elias certainly looks like he is going for some thin value.
But Darren's the kind of guy that knows how to make it look exactly like that's what he's doing, whether or not he actually has that holding.
Right, and that's something that Brewer is contemplating as well, is obviously he thinks that Darren will fire at this board, considering it should favor the big blind range a little bit more than the under the gun opener, but nevertheless.
And the other thing that we always touch on is the way one can leverage the ICM landscape in order to make themselves look stronger or potentially end up looking weaker, as we see Wilson with just 575 out there. You know Elias isn't going to want to tussle with somebody that could send him to the rail unless he's got something to work with. And he will pick that pot up as Brewer sends the loser into the muck.
Come in here and win every pot.
Okay.
No payoff.
Gonna come in here and win every pot.
I got to win one.
Oh,
You haven't won a pot, right?
yeah.
Four-time
No,
WPT title winner is Elias. Garza with a couple of black jacks. Looks like he heeded your mask placement memo from yesterday.
I have
No
a
longer
feeling-
does he have the exposed schnoz.
Yeah, I have a feeling that Garza might have heard some of the things we were saying about him, mostly good, but that included. He definitely
Oh,
knows
they were
that
all
I
good.
complimented the nails. That he does know.
Did
for
he
sure.
take to Twitter to
He did. Well, I mean-
revel in the love that was shown?
I mean, when you take that time to make your nails look on point, you deserve all the compliments.
My goodness, look at this. 3 pocket pairs. Garza in great shape here, provided he can fade a set. I love, you know what that reminds me of? That little rake reminds me of those machines where the quarters get pushed forward. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, yes.
It's like 2 levels, and then you're trying to like slide one in to disrupt it,
Totally.
and then they all come in.
What a throwback. Should
And
we
what
go
a
to,
flop, by
should
the
we
way.
go to like GameWorks and try to play that? It's
Maybe
still
we should
a
go to
thing,
Dave and
isn't it?
Buster's.
GameWorks still exists, I'll have you know. It
Whoa,
came
that's
way before
defensive.
Dave and Buster's.
You've been holding that stock for a while, have you? 2 5s, 2 7s have both turned into gut shot straight draws on this 8-high board, and you can't fault Brewer for probing here for 100K. Just sort of asking the question. You see Garza looking over like, what are you up to, bro?
Yeah, especially with the additional equity, of course, with that straight draw. And for Garza, feels a little bit like a defensive bet, potentially.
10 seconds.
But not one that
But
you're going to
not-
come piling over,
Yeah.
right? Not with that texture. And especially not with Elias behind you. You really don't know what his plan is behind you as
Exactly.
Lou calls the 100K. Bit of a weird spot for Darren. It might be one thing if he was on the button, Maria, but out of position. He will let it go. And Elias mucking is actually really good news for Brewer, because now hitting a 7 is a winner, and that's exactly what he does. No waiting. Turning the set. Elias obviously would have made the 8 high straight. Isn't necessarily going to be regretting it just yet, given that there's 3 diamonds on board. But neither player in the remaining field has a flush draw. And Chris leads again for 100,000.
Yeah, and if Garza was feeling a little bit uncomfortable about the board texture on the flop, he definitely feels significantly worse once that turn card comes off. Of course, Brewer could have led with some possible straight draw, flush draw combinations. Garza, no redraw in sight either.
Does make the call. Needs to hit a jack, and one of those would be the jack of diamonds, which would make things uncomfortable. Instead, the deuce of hearts is pretty clean here on the river. I think Brewer has got the sense that his hand is best, but nevertheless is going to play it safe as he checks, and that's going to leave a little heartburn in its wake for Garza. Brewer narrowing the gap significantly between himself and the chip leader coming in. $2.4 million in career tournament earnings, courtesy of those 50 cashes for Chris Brewer. And
It's not exactly fair.
believe it or not, his
Chip
first
leader should be
six
winning
fig
the pot.
was just in December of last year.
I was hoping you were going to try to win it, though, man.
Where was the River Diamonds? That would have won it, probably.
He actually grinded $1, $2 no limit up in Oregon for 3 full years before he actually kicked it up when he moved back to California.
Yeah, if you're a little bit surprised at how recent his first 6-figure cash is, Ollie, that's actually because Brewer has primarily been playing cash games until recent history. I actually had the opportunity to play with Brewer several times on Live at the Bike over in LA, and you know, his meteoric rise in tournament poker, and especially these high roller series, didn't really happen until the last year and a half.
Well, this is actually Garza's first 25K buy-in event, so credit the young man for having the gamble to take the winnings and parlay them, and it has worked out handsomely for him, as all 4 of these players are guaranteed at least $142,500 for 4th or better finish. Blind versus blind, Jack 9-4 all hearts. Great flop for Brewer. Second up flush draw on middle pair, and he will check it. See if he gets Garza to bite. These monotone boards can be so tempting in position, and these little blind versus blind limp pots to just sprinkle something out there and try to take it.
Check.
But Garza staying disciplined with that 6 high. Checks back, ace rolls off on the turn.
Check.
Brewer still content to play this hand as a bluff catcher, it would appear. Not necessarily wanting to inflate the pot, doesn't really think he could get called by worse, but happy to also have that King of Hearts in hand, just in case.
Lou keeping it clean, checking back again. I think he is content to just let this one go. Although a third check from Chris might be a little gangster
Bet 40,000.
to try to induce one last time. Instead, he sprinkles 40K out there, and Garza makes the fold.
Yes. say to move over one box? Yeah, okay.
You want me to go to this one?
Yeah. that's
Okay.
100.
Sure.
Thank you. Okay. Okay.
Were they
Chris
saying a
Brewer
snap out or
actually
something, or-
played his very first ever hand of poker, Maria, while attending the 2012 Olympic trials.
Huh.
You get a bunch of competitive-minded people together and some form of battle will emerge.
Yeah, actually, you know, with the Olympics happening very recently, I found out that there were so many big-time Olympians that play poker all the time. Caleb Dressel, very decorated swimmer, being one of them. It's kind of cool to imagine.
Beating them out of their medals in a game.
Yes! Yes!
Imagine.
How can, guys, hit us up. We are ready anytime you guys want to play.
I wonder, we would have to value the medal, though.
Should we just go how many ounces, like what the weight of it is, and then if it's gold, we just look at the current price of gold?
No, you
And
can't
then-
just give them the
No,
only
no, no.
the cash
We add
value.
a premium. No, no, of course, add a premium for the fact that they won this,
Yeah, for the fact that blood, sweat, and tears for
that they
decades.
put their whole life,
Exactly.
their whole existence
10,000
revolved around
hours
preparing.
of chlorine inhalation.
280.
Red, 280,000.
Oh, look at this. Jack 10 offsuit, stand up.
Doc, be careful. I saw 8 of holds though.
Okay.
And
I did have the 8 of hearts.
very honorable. Chris Brewer, who sends his ace-5 into the muck from the button after the 3-bet from Lou, advising Brock Wilson that he got a peek at the 8 of hearts in his hand. So nice to see some nobility out there. Garza's en fuego, Maria. I'm not just talking about that shirt. I'm talking about his recent results. Just saw a peek at that runner-up finish at the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open, which really draws people from all over the country. I mean, there are a handful of events where it feels like everybody goes, and that is one of them. He picked up
Yeah.
674K, by the way, for that one.
I think it's just in a good location, you know, not that far from Europe, and pretty easy jaunt if you live anywhere in the U.S., whereas Vegas and Cali just a little bit further for the Europeans.
And let's face it, everybody's ready to go soak up some Florida sunshine at any given time. Or some Florida Delta variant, as the case may be. 6-7 suited here for Brock Wilson, and he decides now is the time.
Yeah, just about a 10 big blind stack.
475, right?
Certainly worth going
Yeah.
for it here from the small blind. Just one person to get through.
Okay, we've each won one now.
Yeah, there we go. Told you what happened.
How many of you guys have had a set?
I think I'm going to start a PPE company, and I'm going to print instructions on how to wear a mask on the mask.
Seriously. It's not that hard.
Chris, it's funny. Sean actually showed up on time today.
He's a PLO expert.
I guess so.
He's in deep in the lab. I bet you hear him more on the stream than any of us. They should just mic him up.
Yeah.
You can take downs.
Give like 2.
2.2.
Now credit this temporary silence to a moment of confusion for yours truly, as we got to look at that slate that said that Brock Wilson is currently the overall series leader, and indeed that is the case. However, it is not a given that he will be the leader, as Lou Garza is also in contention. With a win, Lou would be the series leader, regardless of where Wilson were to finish.
Option red, 140,000.
Brewer going to work on Elias's limp. And Darren not looking to invest anymore with Jack 5.
So I guess it's a good time to see if D-Negs is out there in the PLO field today, because he might have some work to do if he wants to regain the top spot.
Now, I gotta be honest. If I found myself at the Olympic trials surrounded by the fitness levels that one would come to expect from Olympians, prospective Olympians, hanging out and playing cards might not be at the top of the list of recreational pursuits.
Understood, Ollie.
Is it?
King 9 suited, a nice hand for Brock. 13 bigs effective. Does choose just to raise with it, not shove. Definitely gives him the opportunity, of course, to get away should there be a big traffic jam after he acts.
Once upon a time, Maria, you used to see a lot of hastiness when people got down around that 10 big blind level. And since then, the game has certainly evolved to
10 seconds.
introduce far tighter approaches to playing that stack size.
Yeah, people finding more playability off of 10 to 15 big blind stack than what they once thought. Of course, solvers helped a lot with that, I'm sure.
Queen 9-6. Garza stumbling into top pair after defending, and
Check.
for Wilson, middle pair and a king kicker could present some problems.
Seconds. Check.
Conservative check back from Wilson. Now an ace on the turn.
Yeah, given the fact that Wilson checked back, I think that this turn card gives Garza a little bit of pause in terms of wondering where his pair of queens stands.
Ace-X, very plausible holding for Wilson.
Wilson with the type of hand that has showdown value, so not necessarily wanting to rep this turn.
Yeah, Wilson does check back.
Seconds.
Lou comes out swinging. And it's 60K, Maria. That's
fucking spooky.
a little annoying.
Is that a sign from above
Probably Jonathan Little
that
coming back.
Wilson should fold? Is he going to read into this and think?
Gray out
Exactly.
on the set. We can assure you that is not anybody with access to the whole cards trying to signal anyone. So stop your conspiracy theories right now. Wilson gets milked for a precious 60K as his stack slips to 415,000.
I feel like that could be a new saying. When when you talk about getting milked, we should say, some days you're the cow and some days you're the farmer.
Oh yeah.
You know, kind of like the bug in the
Harkening
windshield.
to the bug in the windshield
Exactly.
Viffer thing from back in the day on
Yeah.
Poker After Dark.
So right there, Wilson was the cow. But, I'm sure he's had plenty of times being the farmer as well. we're going to make it a thing, Ollie.
These guys farmed their way to this final table. There's no question that there was plenty of milking going on. It is a rather uncomfortable verb, if I'm being honest. But if you insist, Maria, I will go along with it.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I feel like
380
you've made so
effective.
many of your own sayings in the booth throughout the years. Why can't I? It's my turn.
I am your Huckleberry. By the way, do you know what that saying means? I'm your Huckleberry?
10 seconds.
No, I mean,
I
I
think it
just
was
know what it means. I don't know where it comes from. though.
Popularized from Val Kilmer and the Doc Holliday role in, was it Tombstone? Was that the movie? I don't remember what it,
Alice, thank
exactly what Western movie it was, but in any case, I think Huckleberry used to be placed
I believe it. Yeah.
on the
Perfect.
caskets of the deceased. And
Who's
so
wearing 30?
saying I'm your
Who's wearing the
Huckleberry was a
30?
reference to suggesting that I will be your
He's fine.
undoing.
He's fine.
That feels so
You can ask
morbid
them.
Oh,
when
yeah.
you just think about how casual
make
people
it.
will say, like, oh, yeah, I'm your Huckleberry.
We're usually pretty
Well,
lenient.
nobody
It's
said
right
it
on the edge like
ever
that.
before then, before the movie, right? It's like an old school deal there.
Appreciate you trying to do your job, though.
Thank you, brother.
Didn't say anything about it.
Got a little peek into Brock Wilson's resume there. 26-year-old with over 3.2 million in career tournament earnings. Also from the East Coast, currently lives in Vegas, a Fordham University grad, and he's also one of those math majors.
Yeah, actually, I just found out that he was, I think, a financial analyst before he decided to take up poker full time.
Yep.
So not surprised.
A lot of people from finance work their way into poker. First one that comes to mind for me is Andy Frankenberger. Also a decorated World Poker Tour player.
10 seconds. Call.
Brewer, the raiser with Jack-10 suited. Garza choosing to flat with the Ace-8 suited on the button, and they will take a flop heads up. 8 right away in the window. Top pair, top kicker against 2 overs and a gutty. Brewer pumping the brakes.
Garza, of course, with enough hand here to go for some value, some protection from exactly the type of hand that Brewer has.
10 seconds. Bet 90,000.
Garza betting 1/3 pot. Brewer will make the call despite there being no heart on board.
Check.
Checks the queen.
Seconds.
And this is a pretty definitive street in the hand in terms of what Garza wants to do. He decides to check, obviously doesn't have a strong enough hand to go for value on both turn and river, because if you get called on the turn, then most likely there's a chance that your hand won't be good at the river. But now does Brewer want to try to bluff?
10 seconds.
$440 in the middle. And the answer is yes. That is a sizable bet too. 350,000. And for me, Maria, this becomes a did you hit the queen or not kind of spot.
Yeah, I definitely think that it is a little bit of a stretch. Not too much, but considering the way this hand was played, to give Brewer credit for, you know, overpairs and those type of big traps, I think is a little bit less likely than did he check call with 2 overs, one of them containing a queen, and hit on the turn.
There's so much that didn't get there in the way of straights. This deuce just so clean. I gotta believe Lou finds the call here. What do you think?
Yeah, especially because this sizing being a little bit polarizing in nature doesn't really give much room for hands like maybe 9s or 10s.
Garza into the tank, by the way. 2 time extensions utilized already.
Did Garza bring his cape to the final table today? That is the
10
question.
seconds.
Well, there certainly are more heroic calls to make than this one, but nevertheless, it would take some guts, and you saw the reluctance with which he makes the call, but it is the right one, and what a good feeling that'll be for Lou Garza as he picks off Chris Brewer and takes down an over 1.1 million chip pot in the process. Just like that. Up and over 3 million in chips. And a nice bit of breathing room between himself, Elias, and Brewer. And now with this chip distribution as it is, Maria, I think Lou can really go to work and put the cuffs on Elias and Brewer as they await Wilson's fate.
Absolutely. It definitely opens up a lot more possibilities for Garza to put max pressure on, whereas when him and Brewer were a little bit closer in chips, it limited some of those options.
Forget this bullshit. Stupid shit.
Bullshit.
No, I just forget this bullshit all the time.
Oh, it's a, yeah.
10 seconds.
$85.
You say
You said 85.
red 85,000.
9-6 suited. Right on cue. And Garza
Sorry, couldn't hear with the math.
okay.
picks up the blinds and ante.
I just wanted to say before the clock goes out, and I got the.
That's good.
I want to know, Ali, when you look at Garza's shirt,
I
what
don't
do
want to
you
get
see?
punished.
This is your
Jackson
very own.
Pollock.
This is your very own Rorschach test right now.
Cocktail.
It looks like someone took paint
Hold the
cans and
tail.
just threw it at a white shirt, but it looks fly.
Player request the cocktail.
I see pizza.
You will send one? Okay, thank you.
Did you
River
eat?
down.
No, I haven't eaten yet.
This would explain
Intermittent
it.
fasting, Ali.
No one is looking at that and
I see
seeing
pizza.
pizza.
I see pepperoni, extra cheese.
You've lost it.
I also see ranch as a dip for the pizza. A full meal, really. Coke Zero. Perhaps some wings. Boneless wings.
You've completely lost everyone at this point.
On.
All in.
And Brock Wilson is willing to stake it all on this ace-queen offsuit. He sees a hand he can go with, and
How much is it?
back around to
It
Lou
should be
Garza.
like 415, I think.
Is he going to look to play sheriff for 415 with this king high?
15,000.
I think it's just not enough hand for a 10 big blind shove.
That's good. The second one's okay.
10 seconds.
Well, he's not going to want to burn a time extension here. And sure enough, he lays it down.
Ace 6.
No, King 5.
Oh, okay.
Seated.
It's annoying that you get shoved and you can't see a flop.
Yeah. There's 2 waters.
Like, if the man just ordered a Hennessy right now, that would have
I'll take a
just
water,
really
too.
completed the whole picture, you know?
No,
I just
hypnotic.
oh my gosh, I haven't had hypnotic since I was in college. I could not.
Wow.
Do you know what would have made me so happy, though?
What a throwback
about
that
the ball?
is.
If he turned around and was like,
Back, I promise.
y'all
Oh, wait,
got
no, never
Four
mind, I got it.
Loco?
Yeah.
That would be amazing. If he ordered a Four Loco to the final table, I would quit.
Okay, yesterday you were looking for a reason to quit. You were looking for a reason to walk out early, and now today,
It would be in celebration of the gesture.
45 minutes into the broadcast, you're ready to leave me again. I see how it is.
You know there's a lot of people at home going, please order a Four Loco.
But could you believe when you bring up hypnotic that people actually drink that thinking that tastes good? Anything that is that artificial in color cannot possibly be good for you.
Garza attacks Brock's big. King 9 suited, more than enough to get after it with. And Paul Campbell's voice
Called the last hand.
Yeah, you're lucky.
advising the boys that up we go. Meanwhile, don't forget, around the corner, we've got a new season of Poker After Dark. It is back and featuring today's biggest poker stars and celebrities. As always, Season 13 comes your way exclusively on PokerGO. Can you believe I've been doing commentary on PokerGO for the better part of like 12 years, I want to say?
I've been short for
It was gone for a while, came back.
Yeah.
Me and you both, buddy.
I mean, I
Oh,
remember
man,
listening to
I've
you when I
seen
first
you
got into
pile
poker,
tournament.
so.
Oh, you're talking about chips.
And after a while, you're like, I stopped listening to that guy.
Then we
He's like, "Oh,
became
never
friends,
sold
and I'm
him
like,
chips."
you know,
He
everything I
ain't
thought
special.
about him was true.
25, 50,
You're like
and
1.7
50.
something down, right? I think you coupled me by just a teeny bit.
1.7, 1.8. something.
Yeah.
Brewer looking down at a pretty ace-8 suited to start the level off. Min raise. Oh, a couple of deuces for Brock Wilson, Maria. What a weird spot.
Yeah, don't really have too much fold equity, but if you're against some steals, then there's the chance that their hand is that bad, but looks like they're gonna
Yeah.
wait.
Oh, and perhaps a good decision, as Elias has ace-queen behind him. I feel like had Wilson elected to jam there, maybe Elias 3-bets to protect Brock's range and leave himself heads up, and instead it is Elias against Brewer and a very bad situation for Chris. Outkicked on the ace-high flop. He checks back. Now a king on the turn.
Yeah, and of course, a little bit deceptive for Elias to have this strong of an ace, considering he called from the big blind. So for Brewer, doesn't necessarily feel like this board should favor Elias.
And there's just no path to a fold for Chris here, provided Darren bets anything normal, which 2 1/4 is well within the range of normalcy. Slightly on the meaty side.
Yeah, but considering Brewer checked back the flop, I don't think that he can make this fold on the turn, even with the bet size being on the big side.
Sure enough, in comes 2 1/4 as another 450,000 are added to the middle, and the jack is no relief for Chris Brewer's outkicked ace. And now for Darren Elias, the decision is how much pressure to apply to the udder. He's going to burn an extension while he comes up with that number.
$650.
Oh, and again on the meaty side of the
Oh,
spectrum.
no, it just smashes me. I don't know. I mean, I'm checking back really strong on the flop. Like a lot. I mean, okay. Thought you just had it on the tone and you size up and then size up here. Fuck, I don't know. This is gonna take a little while, guys. I mean, I don't know.
You hear Chris say that run out just smashes me, which
Yeah, I guess my calls are bad.
he knows
my
Darren
calls,
is
I guess,
aware of.
just have to be bad. Really don't think I'm supposed to face this very often. I don't think you should defend 3-2.
Yeah, and for Brewer, you hear his thought process.
don't
It
know.
definitely is a little bit confusing to him why Elias would bet so big
I
on a
have lot of
board
strong hands here.
exactly
like,
where
easily.
Brewer could have a lot of strong hands. But again,
I have ace king. Like,
given the
odd,
ICM
actually.
at play, I think it's
Fold.
Wow,
good fold.
great fold.
I think it is fair to assume, though, given the ICM, that Elias could have some stronger hands calling from the big blind.
Sick if you just had 6-7.
I appreciate the out loud commentary.
So do we.
Yeah, we all did.
And that one's going to stick with Chris Brewer for a minute.
You'll find out in an hour.
Yeah.
You think Darren is wishing he would have downsized?
If the stream is on an hour delay.
I think if he knew how strong Brewer
Is it?
checked back,
Maybe it is, I don't
then
know.
yes.
I always
But
thought it was 30 minutes.
Maybe
given
it's
the
30
fact
minutes.
that
30 minutes
he had
delay,
no
okay.
idea there, I don't think he expects Brewer to be checking back
Only
top
25
pairs
more
there
minutes,
very
guys.
often. And
Sweet.
because of that, just wanted to make his hand look like a bluff, look like one of those busted straight draw, flush draw type hands.
My call charts would be pretty bad there, though.
1.3.
Yeah, I should count. I think a little less. 1.15, 1.12.
All in.
Elias says all in with the 2-7s, and Brewer has been dealt ace, king of spades. A snap call here as the two blinds will square off, and Brewer will look to avoid elimination
I mean,
and claw back some of those chips that he
that's a good
sent over to
situation.
Darren.
Yeah,
One pot to go.
Meanwhile, I'm sure we all know who Brock Wilson's rooting for.
No question, he'd love to see an elimination here as
For
he
a
would be
chop.
able to ladder up.
Like 8, 9, 10, jack.
And the flop is 9-4 tray. Not great for Brewer. There is one spade out there, some backdoor wheel prospects, but the 7s looking good as they build on their equity, going from 52% to 71 now. Here comes the turn. The 5 of spades is soaking wet.
Spicy, spicy turn.
Now, 17 outs for Brewer to avoid elimination. An ace, king, deuce, or spade. Is it there? Yes, it is. The 4 of spades, giving Brewer the nut flush. And dealing a blow to Elias's stack, which is now sub 1 million. You think Wilson's just glaring at the dealer right now?
1.210.
Wilson's
Really,
like,
lady?
Wilson's like, you know,
Really?
that whole too many outs thing, not a real thing. You actually do hit when you have too many outs, apparently.
Every now and again, as you get a look at the chip counts brought to you by Zenni Eyewear. 9 places were paid in total. 5 players at the final table, with John Reardon lasting exactly 1 hand. And 4-handed action rolling forward with the haves and the have-nots. Big gap between the top 2 stacks and the bottom 2. Ace-Jack for Wilson. This ought to be good enough.
You know that mask, it's perfectly creased where it's supposed to go on your nose, yet somehow it's not where it's supposed to be.
410.
And Elias might be thinking that was going to be maybe my move with this king-queen on the button. Granted, he's quite a bit deeper than Brock Wilson is at 18 bigs, but instead he faces the Wilson all-in. Oh, and he's going to come over the top.
Ooh, we're getting caught here too.
Blinds both lay down, and Elias will pull back a portion of his stack.
I'd take a chop.
A chop? If you guys find a way to chop this, that'd be impressive. You gotta just put the Broadway on the board.
In some ways.
To the flop. It is ace high. Good news for Brock Wilson. The favorite going in. Now 97% to win it, and on the turn, King Queen draws dead.
410, yeah.
Patience has been virtue as Wilson doubles up in a real 1-2 punch to Darren Elias, Maria, who
Yeah.
now finds
410?
himself with just $500,000.
Yeah, it was.
Definitely at
Sorry,
no
just-
fault
there's-
of
there's
his
just 10 in your
own.
hand. Okay, sorry,
Yeah,
that's all.
These spots end up becoming quite standard
Rock steak
at
alive.
the stack depths.
You know, Brock Wilson actually runs in a circle that includes Ali Mshirovich, who he bumped into while playing cards at Turning Stone over in New York. And has
All
a
in.
group of young crushers that he bounces strat off of.
495.
And Elias wakes up to 2 10s, hoping he can stop the bleeding. Wilson with 2 6s. Could be a customer. And indeed, Elias with a shot to claw back some of his recently lost chips. 4-1 favorite to do exactly that. Jack 9-5, and the 10s look great.
Yeah, Darren, likely the most experienced tournament player at this table. They would love to take him out right now.
It's no good.
Before you go thinking that Wilson's got a straight draw here, Elias has the better one. So as they pointed out, the 8 would be no good. 5 pairs on the river.
Yeah, I just want to play a dub. I could go play on the second table.
Yeah, right?
Like it never happened.
Yeah, literally.
Wilson
490.
is put back into the short stack. Duty.
I want to knock these over. I think 490. Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, like pretty much like another.
He got you for a little bit.
Brock actually got into
Yeah,
the
he
crypto
got-
streets back in 2017 and
He got
6x'd
into
his
better than I did,
investment.
though, so.
Exited in 2018, and
that
then
bad.
perhaps the best investment he made was buying pieces of Ali Imshirovich, which was good for business without question. He actually had a piece of Imshirovich when he cashed for what was at the time a career best $3.2 million.
Yeah, I mean, it's like the guy is Nostradamus, just predicting a huge rise in crypto value, but also in the value of Ali, because when he bought pieces, Ali was not the young superstar that we know him to be today.
No, he was ahead of the game on the Imshirovich stock.
Brock back to that 8 big blind stack,
On.
folded to him in the small blind. Queen 8.
It's like
It's
400.
time to go, but
Oh man, time to go might be a little more on the nose than you expected it to be, Maria, as he has run into an ace-queen. And the two-man show continues.
Like 4 hands in a row.
I think we've been all in against each other.
Or 5 hands.
Yeah,
Well, no, down and I too.
yeah, literally 4 in a row, all on call.
Yeah,
on
that's
call.
insane.
action dealer here.
Now I'd really take a chop.
I mean, I want down one, obviously. No offense, Brock.
Ace
Looks like
4
you're gonna get
deuce,
your
and
wish. No, it's
Brock Wilson, your
that's true,
event
I did
4
ask
winner,
for that, so.
Put a 3 out there.
looking like
The 8.
it could be the end of the road for him. And
Game, bro.
courtesy of the 6 of diamonds, it is iced. Elias finishing off Brock Wilson, who certainly made a splash thus far in the Poker
wild
Masters,
full
and
hand.
might he
Honestly,
continue
wild 5 hands in a row too,
to make an
because it was
effort
still a big pot.
Playing what the deal, man. It's gonna be good.
to
hand.
make waves in this pool?
I don't know. I won't be surprised.
Time
if
will
he
tell
just has
as the
7-6
buy-ins
sit there
escalate
against me, but-
through the remainder
Nah.
of the tournament.
I
Wilson
could have been all in with that one.
taking
too.
down $142,500 and leaving the rest of the field on the podium with $200,000 locked up. It's always such a good feeling when you're at a final table with big pay jumps and you're just sitting there watching other people bust out and you're just printing.
Yep. That's my favorite kind of poker. Like I don't need all that ego involved with like the battling. I will be the
Happily
one
just sit
to-
there and fold your way
Exactly.
into pay ladders.
Like give me the money, the path of least resistance,
You're a real star.
right? I'm like, people are like, what? Where's your competitive spirit, Maria?
You're like, listen, son, I've been at this a minute.
Right, I'm tired. Like we'll let the young guys do the battling.
You and Steve Zolotow,
Oh yeah, same generation,
the Eagle.
old school, all the way.
Garza on the button. Going to work with 9-6 offsuit. Brewer will obviously defend with that ace-7 and top pair for Lou. Great looking board. 295 in the middle. Something in that $1.25 range.
Yeah, I like that call, Ali.
Well, 90,000 the number. Just trying to get Brewer to peel, but Chris not interested on that texture. Lays it down. And how cautiously do you think Chris Brewer is going to be treading, looking out at the stacks where they're at? Granted, Elias is technically the short stack, but not short. He does have a little shy of 30 bigs to work with, and that's plenty deep.
Yeah, for the middle stack, I think it's key right now just to stay out of big pots unnecessarily against the chip leader. But of course, you know, you're still going to look for those good spots, perhaps in position, perhaps gunning for Elias a little bit more to pick up some chips, get a little more comfortable. Ooh, big one.
Beautiful pair of kings on the button for Brewer. And certainly not the kind of hand that he's going to be looking to avoid confrontation with as he opens to 100K.
Garza's like, for this hand, I'm going to play with the ace up my sleeve.
Oh, speaking of an ace up a sleeve, ace 10 suited for Elias in the big.
Yeah, at a 28 big blind
Oh,
stack,
no.
in goes the chips.
And when you get called that quickly, you know that ace 10 shrivels real fast. And sure enough, Elias all in and at risk up against these two kings.
Barely.
Took the high variance line, Maria.
I've been watching
You surprised?
I've been watching
Yeah, I
you
mean,
when you
Elias
jab,
just assumes that
the way
he
you stack your
is
chips.
ahead of Brewer's range, maybe just deciding that with
Stop
his
it.
stack size, that was the way to go.
Stop it.
Ooh.
Look at this nut flush draw on the flop. As it comes queen, queen, 3. 11 outs for Darren. The turn, a black 8. Not there yet. Can Elias hit an ace or a heart to double up and stay alive here at the event 8 final table? Or will we be down to heads up? The heart 5 on the river gives him the nut flush and downs the two kings of Chris Brewer.
Unfortunate there for Brewer. Was hoping to be heads up with Garza.
1.390.
Nice hand.
Well, Chris taking it on the chin like a true professional, but obviously disappointed, gutted to see his two kings go down in flames.
What can we say? Big Brisket is blessed.
Oh no. Did you just indulge Brent Hanks?
I did. And you know, Brent loves to make up nicknames for anybody and everybody. And he wanted to inform me and Ali that we should be calling Darren Big Brisket. Now, personally, I follow Darren on Instagram. I know that he loves to make brisket. That's kind of his thing. He's kind of a smoked barbecue master. So I get it. I see the relevance. I'm going to go with it for now.
So you're going to call him Big Brisket.
I did it once. Check that off the list. Send Brent Hanks a message, and then we'll see.
You're going to allow yourself to be puppeted in this booth with me.
I mean, I think it's kind of a good one. Like, Brent comes up with some ridiculous ones, but this one,
This one could
I don't
stick.
hate it.
It
I
could
don't
stick.
hate it.
Double B, Big Brisket, Darren Elias. Could stick.
Alliteration always helps, you know?
Brewer getting a walk with that dusty deuce 4. But he has his work cut out for him now.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a frustrating final table for Brewer. Just a couple of unavoidable spots that are not fun, and you hope to get some traction after you double up with that ace-king suited and then end up being a huge favorite with the kings and losing. Can't feel good.
What also can't feel good for Lou Garza, who was the chip leader coming in and still is the chip leader, is having Darren Elias nipping at your heels like he is now. Garza gonna defend his big with 9-5 offsuit and come up empty on an ace-high two-spade paired flop. King of spades working for Elias along with position. $60K follow through. On to the next. Up over 3 million now for Darren Elias, who is threatening. How does this spot play out, Maria, with Garza and Elias both effectively neck and neck with the blinds where they are at 65 and 60 bigs? And then Brewer down there with the 17. Are they going to tread very lightly against one another?
I mean, they're at a stack depth where they can definitely play pots post, but of course the key is just to not be all in against one another with Brewer sitting where he's at. But that doesn't necessarily mean that you are just going to be submissive at this point against the other.
And they're going to share an 8 suited variety, as it's limped to blind versus blind, and jackpot flop there. Garza comes out swinging for half pot. Nice timing.
Yeah, and I have to say, Ali, you were mentioning how it's Garza's first 25K buy-in event, and he has been very composed at this final table and not overpacing. Sometimes people come into a final as the chip leader and they get a little ahead of themselves and they bleed a lot of chips trying to be overly aggressive, and I just haven't seen that out of him. Just well-timed play thus far.
What about 8?
I'm getting mild Bruno Mars vibes
7-7
from Garza. You with me?
25.
I can see that. Bruno Mars also plays poker.
Get me in that game.
770.
I mean, obviously the guy could just accidentally bust me, life bust me. He's like, oh, I'm sorry, bro. I was just bluffing. I'm like, I'm destitute.
I mean, I don't want to see any pink slips on the table, Ali, at that game. That's all I have to say.
What makes you think I own my car outright?
I'm going to have to stop you when that happens. I'm going to have to intervene.
I'm ready to spin the wheel. Bruno, if you're out there, let's fire it up. I'll teach you mix, Maria. How bad can it be?
You'll be like, so, Bruno, you want to play HTT?
Oh, God. Get PTSD when you bring that mix up. King 7-6 with a couple of hearts here. It is an open ender for Darren Elias in the limp blind versus blind pot. And this ought to do it. And it does. And we know Elias is a World Poker Tour grinder. At your peak, Maria, how many World Poker Tour events a year were on your calendar? How much traveling were you doing to get into those fields?
So I feel like on average, WPT has a main event once a month, pre-COVID. So, you know, about 10 to 12 a year. I would say I was playing half of those maybe at most.
Not all.
No.
Not even at your peak.
No, I mean, I love that tour. They have some great stops, but I mean, I put most of my volume in during the World Series.
And then you spend the rest of the year in Cabo. Brewer limping in with this king-queen suited. Very under-repped. Garza could find himself in a little trouble with this king-8. Oh my goodness, he says all in. Brewer snap calls, and first little misstep we've seen from Lou, who was looking to lean on this short stack. And you gotta believe that some of Brewer's range is limp to try to induce. And indeed, that's exactly what he did here, and finds himself in a terrific spot. Well, Garza did beat an ace-king with an ace-queen on the way to this final table. At yesterday's final table, he took an ace-7 up against an ace-king and escaped. But here,
Every flop's a flip.
Yeah.
it's top pair against a club draw.
Sweat City.
It's the flush there. Right color, wrong suit. Now it is 9 outs once that Chris Brewer needs to fade. And he does.
Yeah, I don't know how Brewer would have handled it if the
675.
club did come off on the river. I feel like
750s,
he's had all
770.
about enough.
I can count one of these
All
down
he
if you want me
could
to.
take.
770, yep.
5.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, back in the game for Brewer. Over 30 big blinds now. Definitely a very playable stack.
Yeah, loosen up the collar a touch. I know they're not, but the lapels always look leather to me in that shot.
Might I suggest, by the way, should Garza overtake the top spot on the Poker Masters leaderboard, that he wears that shirt under the purple jacket? What do you think?
No, he wears no shirt underneath the purple jacket.
That would be expected, but if we're talking about, you know, a little bit of a matching, color coordinated situation, I think that the shirt he's got on would fit that jacket pretty well.
Yeah, but it's so gangster to just let the ink do the talking. There's not a lot of people that can pull it off. I think Lou can do it. Chain, ink, coat, done. That is a fly shirt. You think he went to McQueen for the shirt?
I think that he most definitely went to a high-end store, whether it's McQueen or, I don't know, is there some, can we read that on his shirt? There was a little bit of a
Oh, you think the brand is
label
on there
looking,
somewhere?
Yeah.
Well, Elias can read Queen Jack suited in the small, and he knows how to read a situation. Finds himself having inherited the chip lead, by the way, Maria, courtesy of that Brewer double through Garza.
200 or 175.
Upstairs we go. Brewer with an ace. Comes along.
Equities are really close with these hands. I like the queen jack suited better.
10-6-4. Swing and a miss in both seats, and with 400,000 in the middle, Darren has just the 2 overs.
I like the queen jack suited better, especially when Elias is playing it.
150.
Brewer with that ace of hearts looks pretty good to him. Definitely a possibility that the ace high is still good.
And Brewer is going to peel one off. Does have that ace of hearts working, along with some straightiness, courtesy of the 8. And that 7 gives him a 2-way straight draw now. 5 or a 9 would do the trick. Ace high is best. And really, if you're Darren at this point, it's going to take 3 barrels to get through. And does he want to commit those kind of chips to this queen jack? The answer is no. A check back from Brewer allows him to bink a 9 on the end and make the straight. And you wonder whether or not Darren Elias is going to look up at this texture and think, I can do some representing.
Yeah, there's definitely quite a few flush draws that Brewer could have in his range. So I don't think that this is the spot for Elias to bluff, given this particular river card. And for Brewer, of course, just assessing what size for value now.
Brewer bets 400K and takes it down. As we pan out to the remainder of the room where the $25,000 pot limit Omaha event is in action. There is Sean Perry.
Hi, Mom. Trying to win us a purple jacket.
The PokerGO Tour standings brought to you by Guaranteed Rate. Sean Perry currently second. There is Negreanu. Back over to the final table, where Elias made it 100K to go with the ace-deuce suited and takes it down.
You have like 2.2?
I think a little more.
Okay. So you have like 2.4 and you have like 2.2 and I have like 2.
7, 8, 1.3,
Yeah, I think that's
1.8.
I think you have the chip lead. You have like 2.6 maybe. Then he has 2.4
Yeah,
and I have
2.5, 2.6.
Okay.
We have 2?
Yeah.
Since we're calling Darren Elias Big Brisket,
We would wait for us all to end up even.
I feel like it's only appropriate to have a barbecue sauce discussion.
Okay, what do you got?
You know that Carolina style, the gold colored stuff?
Yes.
Yay or nay?
Honestly, I don't love barbecue sauce in general because I
Get
don't
out.
like a little bit of sweetness in
Get
my
out.
savory.
Leave the booth.
I'm not about that.
So no barbecue sauce? You just want a dry piece of barbecue?
No, listen. I like to have it on the side, but that's why I don't really love ribs, right? Because they're already drenched in sauce.
That's what makes them good.
I want a side of barbecue sauce with my barbecue, but I don't like it all mixed in already.
What kind of space alien are you?
Little known fact, though, I did work at Tony Roma's once upon a time.
Oh, the famous ribs place.
That's right.
As we saw Elias put a little sauce on the Garza limp. And take down a few shekels. Now that Carolina Gold barbecue sauce, trash, hot garbage. Never should be placed on anything. Now that Kansas City maple molasses sweet sticky icky, that's the good stuff.
Nothing sweet sounds good to me if you're pairing it with something savory. The end.
Well, I mean,
That's my
that
take.
is just the number one thing in culinary is you pair a little sweet
No.
with savory.
No,
That's
no.
how it goes.
A
It makes
little.
your tongue happy.
A little sweet, that's the point. The sweetness in barbecue sauces are so overwhelming.
Go out to Salt Lake Barbecue in Texas, out in Austin. And not that little BS stand at the airport. Drive out and watch them take an actual mop into a bucket of barbecue sauce and then slather it onto the pit. That's where it's at. And Elias might be slathering a little something onto this dusty 10-7 as Garza opens the button to 110K. And the 2 9s will dip their mop into a bucket.
Yeah, that one's not going to get past Big Brisket.
This is going to start to feel a little frustrating for Garza, Maria, as he got caught trying to bully Chris Brewer with that King 8. Now he's faced some pushback. Tides seem to be turning here at the final table. Darren Elias, who came into the event with 1.5 million, good for third, finds himself atop the leaderboard. Brought to you by Zenni Eyewear. And as the players head to a break, Maria and I will step aside and three-handed action continues here from event number 8 of the Poker Masters. 25K no limit hold'em. We'll send it over to Jeff and Brent at the break desk and be back shortly. Stay close.
Welcome back to the break desk at the PokerGO Studio. He's Brent, I'm Jeff. Thank you all so much for being with us. And Brent, we have a new chip leader. His name is Darren Elias.
The Big Brisket, Jeff. That's my nickname.
The Big Brisket.
The Big Brisket. And
Okay.
here's the thing about Darren Elias.
Yeah.
You know, he was short not too long ago. He was down less than 10 big blinds, and all of a sudden he shoots up to our chip lead. That's the problem, Jeff. When you try to remove a beautiful brisket from the smoker a little too early, just like when you try to remove Big Brisket from the final table a little too early, it comes back to bite you.
All right, you got there. Let's take a look at the leaderboard. It is presented by Zenni Eyewear for everyone, and it is Elias on top with almost 3 million in chips. Lou Garza entered the day as chip leader. He's got about 2.2 million. Chris Brewer with 1.9 million. And Brent, really anybody's race after a swingy level or levels for almost everyone.
All in every other hand. I think things are going to steady up a little bit now. Everyone's a little deeper between 50, 35 big blinds, give or take. And yeah, I mean, let's just see what happens. I've been impressed with Sweet Lou, Mr. Garza.
With his fashion or his play?
The fashion is
Fashion
off the
is
charts.
sharp.
How glossy, huh? Those nails, I've never seen anything like it.
We got to attach ourselves to his celebration party if he wins.
Oh,
All right,
I'm
let's
in,
take a
yeah.
look at how we got here. John Reardon was first to go, the third final table of the Poker Masters for Reardon. Just can't get much going at these final tables. Out in fifth for $114,000. His elimination followed up by Brock Wilson. Wilson out in fourth after the Queen-8 runs into the Ace-Queen of Darren Elias. Wilson, $142,500, 86 points in the race for the purple jacket, a race that he currently leads. He'll hold that top spot unless Lou Garza wins today. Your thoughts on Brock Wilson making a run at this purple jacket? And by the way, he's firing all.
You said it, and that's really what I'm glad you touched on, because we know Brock Wilson is going to be playing the 100K now. He's here for the duration of the series, already out in front for the purple jacket temporarily, unless Sweet Lou does some things here today. Brock Wilson now, got to be the favorite, Jeff. I know I keep going back and forth, but with Brock in the ball game, he's got to be the favorite.
Okay, so Wilson has the lead. Negreanu is right there. Sean Perry, Dylan DeStefano, Stephen Chidwick in the mix. Darren Elias could win this one today and really make a move up the leaderboard. But you're saying that now Wilson is the odds-on favorite.
Mr. Wilson, he has to be. He's the current leader in the clubhouse for the purple jacket here on moving day at the Masters.
All right, and he's already jumping into the mix in the 25K PLO. I spotted Negreanu out there as well, and I heard Sean Perry from over here in our Triangle studio. All right, let's send you off to some highlights, and then Ali Najad and Maria Ho resume coverage of our final table of event number 8 of the Poker Masters.
Bucky was doing some
I'm out.
stuff all day.
Oh shit.
I would have snapped just because I was mad about the 9s.
That's true.
And Maria, perhaps your initial thoughts on the ensemble.
I mean, you can count on Garza to bring the swag. He makes back-to-back final tables and shows up like he has a special final table outfit for each final table he plans on making here at Poker Masters, because that,
You're 290.
yesterday was a vibe.
I saw it
That
at 320,
is
so, yeah.
so far my favorite. Purple is my favorite color.
We
I
are
don't know if you know
simply a
that.
stone's throw from crystals, where one can certainly part ways with many Benjamins worth of fashion's finest.
All in.
All in.
Let's see if I get last one in.
And Darren Elias
Oh,
asks for John Reardon
And a call.
to participate, and Reardon
Oh my God,
complies. Jack 10 suited.
Pretty looking hand to find with an 8 big blind
I
stack.
might make 3 final
Blinds
tables
20 and
like
40,000 with
3
that 40K ante.
Did you bust the first hand of?
streets. Yeah, I think so. First hand I played, I think I just folded twice.
Okay. Good luck, Darren.
And
I want to get
this 320,000 is a little shy of 20% of Elias's stack, so he is spinning the wheel and comes up with trip 4s.
You can't even get the Queen of Clubs.
This is a really bad spot for Reardon now. Just 3% equity, as you can
You're
see.
brutal, man. You had nothing.
No, the king doesn't do. The king doesn't give him much.
I'll give him the jack.
Jack's there.
No, what you want is the 4 spades for the chop.
Oh, there's the club on the turn that restores some hope.
So
Ace
far,
of clubs for backspin.
a made for TV run out.
Queen of Clubs.
Queen of clubs.
Is the flush there? No, it is not. Just the 10, and John Reardon's tenure here at this final table lasts just one hand in the short stack dispatch, but not before picking up
Why'd they mic me up for a
$114,000 for the effort.
No, I changed it up. I copied Chris. I want a V-net.
People are already
going to the next
see it?
event.
setting
No,
lines on
It looks like there is a bend.
the
in that call.
nuptials.
That was all. Like, I didn't see the
I
call or
mean,
anything.
it's too early.
Maybe not.
Probably the ace of spades.
It's probably just the way the light hit. Yeah, it's the
I
ace
think
of
it's the
spades.
ace of spades.
The ace of spades I was multi.
It's, if I know it is, though, then it might be good. Yeah.
Ace 3 suited for Chris Brewer. The 27-year-old lives up in Eugene, Oregon. That's a crunchy part of the country, let me tell you something. Having grown up in the shadow of Berkeley, I know a hippie town when I see one. He actually is the University of Oregon alumnus in business, and you guessed it, mathematics. The mind is primed for poker. And Brewer actually ran track at Oregon, and that's not an easy squad to make. The Prefontaine neck of the woods. Was a distance runner.
Break it up. So funny. They even got the right color too. Purple on the little rig thing.
Jack 7 turns into a gut shot straight draw for Elias, who defended, and for Brewer, he's got himself bottom pair and backdoor spades.
Check.
Decides to check back. Turn is the 7, and Elias jumps out into the lead. 4-liner on the board.
Definitely an interesting board texture. Both players, for their actual holding, doesn't necessarily have one that they could bet multiple streets for value, but
10
certainly
seconds.
for Elias, in his mind, probably worth
Bet
protecting
50,000.
a bit from some of that overcard equity that is likely to be in Brewer's hand.
Call.
I love that rake. I mean, where does one even purchase something like that? As both players take the river for 80,000 ahead, Elias set the price, and now will he go for value on this river? You got to be a little concerned, don't you, once you get called on this turn? Guess not.
I mean, I think for Elias, he does have some concern. There are some hands that Brewer has that do contain a 4 that would have checked back the flop, but here,
Bet
seeing
125,000.
this sizing come out of Elias certainly looks like he is going for some thin value.
But Darren's the kind of guy that knows how to make it look exactly like that's what he's doing, whether or not he actually has that holding.
Right, and that's something that Brewer is contemplating as well, is obviously he thinks that Darren will fire at this board, considering it should favor the big blind range a little bit more than the under the gun opener, but nevertheless.
And the other thing that we always touch on is the way one can leverage the ICM landscape in order to make themselves look stronger or potentially end up looking weaker, as we see Wilson with just 575 out there. You know Elias isn't going to want to tussle with somebody that could send him to the rail. Garza with a couple of black jacks. Looks like he heeded your mask placement memo from yesterday.
I have
No
a
longer
feeling.
does he have the exposed schnoz.
Yeah, I have a feeling that Garza might have heard some of the things we were saying about him, mostly good, but that included. He definitely knows
they were
that
all
I
good.
complimented the nails. That he does know.
Did
for
he
sure.
take to Twitter to
He did. Well, I mean-
revel in the love that was shown?
I mean, when you take that time to make your nails look on point, you deserve all the compliments.
My goodness, look at this. 3 pocket pairs. Garza in great shape here, provided he can fade a set. I love, you know what that reminds me of? That little rake reminds me of those machines where the quarters get pushed forward. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, yes.
It's like 2 levels, and then you're trying to like slide one in to disrupt it,
Totally.
and then they all come in.
What a throwback. Should
And
we
what
go
a
to,
flop, by
should
the
we
way.
go to like GameWorks and try to play that? It's
Maybe
still
we should
a
go to
thing,
Dave and
isn't it?
Buster's.
GameWorks still exists, I'll have you know. It
Whoa,
came
that's
way before
defensive.
Dave and Buster's.
Welcome back to sunny Las Vegas, Nevada for continuing coverage of the 2021 Poker Masters event number 8. The $25,000 No Limit Hold'em final table began with 5 players, and we are down to just 3. Ali Najad alongside Maria Ho with $199,000. There it is, awaiting our third place finisher. As you see the payouts, brought to you by Zenni Eyewear. A handsome payday to be certain, and of course coveted points toward the overall series lead in the race for the purple jacket. Resuming play with the blinds at 30 and 60,000 and the ante at 60K. Lou Garza, the chip leader, coming in, has since slipped into second place, and not too much breathing room between him and third place Chris Brewer, who came into the final table second in chips. It is Elias, who was third to start, that is currently up top. Nice looking hand on the button for Brewer.
Raise 120,000.
All players with stack depths that are able to continue post have a little bit of maneuverability, and that is important, especially because you don't want to be stuck at a stack where you're a little bit handcuffed to some pre-flop action.
Yeah, left sort of waiting for a coin flip where you get to rip it in there and hope. That is not the case here, and kind of refreshing, obviously, because I think we want to see these guys out there operating at the highest levels.
Yeah, we've also seen every single one of these players that are left take their turn kind of perhaps pushing some of the other stacks around, three-betting a little bit light out of position, all of them understanding game flow dynamics and just knowing that you can't just always sit back and wait for a hand.
Ace-8 suited for Garza. There'll be no waiting here.
10 seconds. Raise 125,000.
Upstairs to $1.25, just north of the min. When an ace-7 suited for Chris Brewer, just notched.
Call.
He will obviously come along. And we've got ourselves a heads-up pot.
There you go.
King Jack 10, all black, both players with the Broadway gutty. Brewer checks it over to Lou.
Second. Check.
He will check it back. Now the board pairs, meaning the players will be chopping at showdown for the time being.
Garza must feel pretty good that, considering Brewer checked twice, the ace high feels like it can win at showdown.
10 seconds. Bet 85,000.
Does go for a delayed continuation bet, small sizing.
And if you're Brewer, sure, maybe your ace high is good now and you call this 85,000, but then are you left hoping that you get a check back on the river, a spot that you don't necessarily want to put yourself in? And the answer appears to be yes, which would lend to Chris's decision to fold his hand right then and there. And perhaps I've solved the mystery of the designer responsible for that sartorial splendor that Lou Garza has brandished here at the final table. Looking at the lapel, it does appear that there is an SACE somewhere in cursive, which would suggest the House of Versace. Now, there's also a little bit of weird, like, double
Right,
O
I
toward the
know,
end, so.
That was the part that was confusing me.
But I mean, that's a man that's not shopping off the bootleg rack, so.
And we get it, Ollie. You know your high-end brands.
I have my leaks.
Call. Option.
Queen 9 limping in. 5 tray off for Garza.
You know, some days this guy comes in the booth wearing Montclair, and some days he wears a Hanes tee. You never know
It's
what he's going to
actually
show up with.
never Hanes. The bare minimum I'm bringing is Lululemon. Just get that out there right now. Little misread. Trip queens for Brewer on this flop. Don't put me on blast. All right, Zara. I'm just kidding.
I have no problems with Zara. They have quite a good selection at a very reasonable price.
Oh, woman of the people, are you?
I'm not ashamed to say I frequent Forever 21.
What about H&M?
Also a very good selection at a very reasonable
Maria.
price.
Really? I gotta tell you, I respect that they take current trends and fashion and they bring it to you at an affordable price. But
I think she took yours.
1 or 2 runs through the washing machine and you got yourself a problem.
But it's at the price point where you actually don't feel that bad if you throw it away after wearing it a few
Right.
times.
So then maybe they should partner with Dixie to create disposable clothing because that's effectively what we're talking about.
The red Solo cups
Yeah.
of fashion.
You're like, oh, I love that jacket. Let me buy it and then throw it away after I'm done wearing it.
How rich, Ollie, really is the question.
Not even nearly rich enough to support the habit. Let me tell you that. Queen 10 off. Wants to play for 2 scoops.
I'm sensing just a real dairy theme, you know, between the milking and then the scoops.
Oh. I'm sensing a...
You're about to open up a piece of cheese here in the
I'm sensing either an effort to gain sponsorship or perhaps a sponsorship in place already. I don't think it's an accident that Elias came back to the table rocking a BetMGM t-shirt.
Actually,
460,000.
I guess you don't follow Twitter.
No.
But Elias did recently ink a deal with BetMGM.
See. I mean, the read was pure.
Somebody showed up with some swag for him to put on.
I didn't think he put his frequent player points into the gift store and come up with...
We want Big Brisket branded. Dang it.
He should come out with his own barbecue sauce.
What should he call it?
Not that you would eat any of it,
No, no,
because
no.
you like your barbecue dry.
But I bet we could come up with some good ones for him. Some free ideas for you, Mr. Elias.
Listen, you want me in the lab doing some R&D, doing some creative, you're going to have to put me on the payroll, all right?
You get 1.8, Chris?
But Double B, if you want to
1.7 plus that, yeah, 1.8.
holler at your boy. King 6 in the small.
Ten seconds. Yeah, 200,000.
200 straight. And straight to the muck goes 7-8 as Elias takes one down. I don't follow Twitter nearly enough. You know what? Social is kind of a one-way street for me.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I feel lucky when you even like a tweet, let alone respond
Yeah.
to my tweets. So
I'm just like, I live here in the real world, not out there in the cyber streets.
except when you're on a PJ, then you kind of tend to share on
I love,
IG.
listen, there's nothing that gets my IG fired up more than the PJ. And I'm proud to say that I've spent $0 lifetime on PJs. 0.
That's why I want to roll with you, Ollie. Like, you wonder why I hit you up, you know, every so often. Be like, hey, what you doing this weekend? Can I come?
You want that proxy PJ access.
Proxy PJ access, yes. But really, though, when are we eating
Oh,
at
yes.
the #1 restaurant in
That's true.
the world?
Many out there are aware that the things I love in life that aren't poker related are basically food and travel. Hence the beauty of being a tournament poker player. You can combine all of those things in one. Certainly pre-COVID, you could more so than now, but the #1 restaurant in the world currently, Mirazur, in the south of France, about 20-minute drive outside of Monaco.
What a dream. South of France.
And Maria wants to roll with.
Holla at your girl, Ali. I mean, long con. I've been friends with you for 15 years. You think that I have earned a place, a seat at this table.
Listen, all I'm going to tell you is don't come to that dinner in H&M.
Oh, snap.
All right, you better bring some
This
designer
guy's putting
fire.
a dress code on me and everything.
All right.
The audacity.
Just telling you. Although, as expensive as some of these meals are, we may have to kick it down.
That's what I'm saying. Save the money for the meal.
It is on my list. So you need like a vaccine passport situation to get into France now, or some sort of digital health thing, or I don't know. I mean,
I'm vaccinated.
I am too, but I'm just saying it's not immediately clear. I'm sure we'll figure it out. For food, I'll figure it out. Four or five suited for Garza on the button.
Certainly can't be shying away from opening these types of holdings three-handed.
As uncomfortable as the obligation feels, given that at the end of the day, you're sitting on 5 high, you certainly have to balance your range, and you certainly can't sit back and expect to be able to play only top-tier holdings en route to the W. Seems like Garza's well aware of that reality as he makes it $1.25 to go, and now a queen-jack for Darren Elias, which is kind of in that neighborhood of discomfort. If Garza's on the where he should be side of the spectrum, this queen-jack doesn't rate to be in great shape, but nevertheless, Darren will ask the question. Brewer has an easy one to send into the muck, and it's back over to Garza. Haven't seen any 4-bet bluffs, Maria. And at this depth, I don't know how many we will see, but.
Yeah, and by my count, this is Darren's second time squeezing out of the small. The first time he had 9s and Garza had 10-6 and folded. But of course, at some point, at some frequency, you have to be wondering as Garza, do we think Elias is just full of it? But this particular situation, Garza not feeling it.
And I don't blame him. He's sitting across from one of the more solid tournament players that you can hope to hitch your wagon to in Darren Elias. And I wonder, given that he's inked this deal with BetMGM, is he a prolific sports bettor as well?
I think that would be a question you'll have to ask Big Brisket himself. I don't know the answer to that. I can't speculate.
Well, if he isn't, then this is just Fugazi.
Well, BetMGM does have a overall, I think, casino partnership, and that includes poker, of course, with an online poker site.
I don't know.
Hogwash. I'm making it all up. Don't know what I'm talking about.
You leave the don't know what I'm talking about to me. All right. King deuce for Garza in position. Will defend in the big against the Elias Open. Eight-six tray, all hearts.
Check.
Neither player with a flush draw or a pair.
$100,000.
And a lone yellow wagering disc placed out in front of Elias. And That king deuce looking way too dusty to continue for Garza, who is trending in the wrong direction, Maria. As Elias continues to operate and put some distance between himself and the field. And back when he was lurking, despite the fact that Garza and Brewer were first and second in chips, both you and I kind of zeroed in on Darren as the man to watch as we look at the event winners thus far in the Poker Masters, which of course include Max Coleman, winner of the 8-game mix event, number 6. And in the background there, Negreanu, the winner of event number 5. Over Max's shoulder, both out there in the 25K pot limit Omaha streets.
Grace, 120,000.
10-8 suited for Brewer.
Yeah, about time Brewer finds a hand to get involved with. And I think because of that, Garza just looks to muck, not really trying to necessarily play a hand against somebody who should have a tighter opening range, all things considered.
And the interesting thing about this moment in time here at this table is there's going to be some tread with caution, and Elias recognizing that, I think, is beginning to sort of exploit that reality. I mean, the pay jump is significant between third and second, a little over $85,000. And again, not that these are the types of players that are thinking about the money and laddering and whatnot, but the ICM considerations are real.
Check.
King Jack tray here. Elias defended with the 9-7 suited, not the flop he had in mind. Checks it over to Brewer, who follows through and takes it down. Now, we touched on barbecue sauce earlier as the big brisket theme continues. But now, what cut of meat are you throwing on the Barbie?
I mean, brisket's a pretty good choice. It's up there.
Moist, flavorful.
I also enjoy, I mean, I'm a little bit boring. Is barbecue chicken just
Get out.
kind of mediocre to everybody else?
Get out of the booth. Chicken? Really?
It's reliable. It's consistent.
Chicken is the H&M of barbecue food.
I
Are you
can't win
kidding me?
with you today. I mean, I didn't say it was my favorite. I just said it's something that I wouldn't mind having on my plate.
I was kind of more after what steak,
Okay, steak. I could do steak.
what cut of meat.
Well, wait. Here's my question: are regular steaks considered barbecue types?
Regular steaks.
Like-
Yes, just give me a cut of meat for a steak.
Ribeye.
God, get out. It's just unbelievable. Can't win with you. Meanwhile, Elias, fortunate to bank a deuce here with this just dusty jack deuce, given that his jack was dominated by Brewer in a limp pot. Neither player holds a spade, however, and Elias out of position will check it over to Chris. The correct answer, if you're wondering, Maria, was filet mignon,
Okay.
the sophisticates cut.
You're so typical.
Just telling you. Lean. Keep it lean.
No, I like a little bit of fat in my steaks. I like the marbling of a, you know, Kobe or a Wagyu.
But that's just excessive. You could meet halfway with a New York. But you're off the deep end with that Wagyu, Kobe, ribeye.
Not
I get
that
it. More flavor, more marbling, whatever. Look at this, running spades. Both players playing the board.
Second. 150,000.
Elias leads out for 150,000 to deny Chris Brewer the opportunity to chop. Every little bit counts.
Yeah, and I think it's that type of relentlessness that makes Elias as good as he is. You see those live winnings of 8.6 million.
I'm more focused on the lifeguard line item on the resume back in South Carolina. I think he was just rocking that zinc on the snout. Had the bucket hat, little whistle, white tank, red trunks, full Hasselhoff.
Slow motion run.
Lifeguard.
125,000.
That feels like a good summer job.
I have a feeling that you would be very distracted as a lifeguard. And
Oh, people
not
would drown.
Really
Make no
there to
mistake.
save lives. Exactly.
The people are dying on my watch. Someone's going to get a limb ripped off by a tiger shark. Somebody is definitely going to just drown in like 9 inches of water. But I'm going to get some phone numbers.
9
I'll
inches
tell you that.
of water. This guy.
Elias.
You're like tossing out a life ring to them. You're like, no, you guys got this, right? Like, here you go.
I would never leave the tower. I would just have some sort of catapult to launch the ring
460,000.
to the appropriate place. Kind of like a harpoon-loaded thing.
Look at this.
You wondered when Lou Garza was going to stand up and say no mas. And perhaps this is that moment. 10-5 suited, 3-betting. Unfortunately for him, Elias has a real hand here. And how will Darren proceed?
All in.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah,
Just-
for this 30 bigs effective, he's like, I've got a hand that I'm going to put max pressure on, and you can either come along and we might be flipping, or you can fold.
Tell you what, given that Garza doesn't know Darren had a real hand, you start to get self-conscious. You start to wonder whether or not there's something I'm giving away, because he had just 10-5 there. How does this guy know he can just pile on me here and take it down? He really hasn't been out of line, at least not in any way that the other players would be aware of. No showdowns. So you've been there. It just kind of gets in your head.
But it's really important to try to find some objectivity in the situation, and I definitely have given away too many chips thinking that I was somehow getting bullied or somebody was getting out of line with me when they simply just had it.
Brewer, 2 scoops from the button with the king jack. And Elias will take a twirl with 10 deuce. Spade in the window, followed by another one and a deuce to boot, as he has a pair and a flush draw up against top pair with the jack of spades working.
Check.
Both players checking. Turn doesn't change anything.
Yeah, again, we see Brewer protecting his check back range. Last time we saw him check back top pair in a situation where Elias actually had him beat. And this time, again, Brewer just hoping that he is able to extract some value with this strong of a hand.
Bet 165,000.
What a weird spot now for Darren.
Yeah, obviously a pair and a flush on the flop looks really good, but once you brick the turn, there's just one card to come. You realize that your equity, if you're up against a real hand,
10 seconds.
shrinks quite a bit.
Huh.
Obviously, he's not going to fold, but maybe had higher hopes for how to proceed. denied the opportunity, courtesy of Brewer's check back.
Oh,
On the flop and the deuce on the river, a beautiful card for him. You have to imagine Brewer's going to value bet this king jack.
yeah, especially as played with that check back. So many missed draws between the flush draw, some gut shot straights possible from the flop as well as the turn. This is going to be
10 seconds.
painful.
Bet 400,000.
And a smoldering pile of 400,000 deposited in front of Chris Brewer. Raise impending.
10 seconds.
Elias going to use a time extension here. And we see quite a bit of this being employed, Maria, where the time banks are leveraged in order to make it look as though somebody's got a closer decision than they do. Darren knows 1,000% he's going to be check raising.
Yeah, and,
Weird fucking hands, man.
and sometimes it's also just
I almost
deciding on the
checked this
sizing.
back. Like, I am so nutted for this spot, but like, I really almost checked back. This is so dumb. I mean, I really, like, I play some of the weirdest fucking hands. Like,
10 seconds.
yeah, we're gonna take a few of these. I don't know.
I mean, last time, I'm sure by now someone's told him that he made the correct fold in this
Like,
type
I have
of
the jack of spades in my
situation.
hand. I'm probably supposed to call a ton. Like, blocking it suited too, but I'm probably supposed to just, like, put it in. I don't know. Man. I really think I'm
10
supposed to just
seconds.
call, but, like, what the fuck?
Brewer has invested 625,000 into this hand already and has just 925 remaining. This decision is for his tournament life.
Problem is you might just call ace two on the tone, and then once you start getting the offsuit twos, it becomes really fucking bad for me to call. You really, I mean, having a spade is so good.
10 seconds.
I have a minute left after this.
Yeah, I took
Okay.
one of
Yeah.
so that's
Thank you.
This particular line that Darren took doesn't feel very
Man, this is
bluff
so
heavy,
dumb.
but
I
doesn't,
really almost checked back.
doesn't make
wish I
this
had.
decision any easier for Chris.
I guess I don't know. When you only have suited twos.
That is true.
10 seconds.
I would agree with that. Doesn't think that
Yeah.
Elias would be defending
Yeah, I
with the
don't know, this
offsuit
spot's
10 deuce
ridiculous.
combos.
Yeah, time extension.
Can Brewer make the right decision again against the same opponent in a very similar spot?
Like, I know I'm supposed to call, but it's just worth, like, nothing. It's just worth, like, nothing.
Okay,
I don't
10
know.
seconds.
Well, it's
I mean,
worth 2.4 million in
What a
chips if you're
ridiculous
right.
spot. I fold. I don't know.
I think he'll be very happy in 30 minutes time, but right now feels disgusting, feels bad, man, but made the right decision.
Damn it.
He's beating himself up about it, but I got to tell you, I don't have any problem with him value betting there on the river, and I certainly think that if you're going to be value betting that river, then you have to be capable of getting away from it on the end as well. And he's done so, and he's done it in top class.
Yeah, he really hasn't done anything wrong in that hand, but of course you always feel like perhaps
off,
you
Chris,
are
you're so
getting
free.
exploited in some way.
extension. Option check.
Boy, that was really difficult for Chris Brewer, who checks back in position against Elias in a limp pot. Flops himself a 7. But you know where his mind is at right now, and it isn't on this hand.
Yeah, to be honest, it might just take all 30 minutes for him to feel better about that laydown. Hopefully not.
No betting on the flop. Now Elias picks up a gutter on the turn.
Bet 120,000.
Definitely a huge test of mental fortitude to be able to move on from the previous hand and to focus on what's in front of you, and kind of a quick fold with that pair from Brewer.
And you wonder whether or not that's just a function of being a little bit discombobulated from the previous hand and deciding, I'm done getting involved with this guy. He just seems to come up short. Well, you've been waiting for it, and that patience will be rewarded. This fall, the 2021 World Series of Poker returns and takes center stage. Hundreds of millions will be on the line. 88 gold bracelet events will be brought to you live, including the prestigious main, all exclusively on PokerGO.
I just want to know, Ali, when I'm at a final table and about to win my bracelet, if you're in the booth commentating, will you run out
Bet
and celebrate with me?
120,000.
What are you going to be wearing? And will barbecue sauce be involved? Those are the two key questions.
Okay, I will make this promise. If I make a final table during the World Series, I will wear
We will go shopping.
some
and I
luxury
will pick-
brand that you know of to the final table.
I will pick a nice designer outfit for you to wear at the final table.
Okay, deal.
Done.
I mean, don't make me look
10
ridiculous,
seconds.
though,
I'm
okay?
not going to make you look ridiculous.
Call.
You'll look good.
Like, I'm not too flashy of a person, so I think it needs to be.
Until you make that final table. Tom Ford.
I like a modest look.
Tom Ford is
Ford
conservative.
no, I agree.
Absurdly expensive.
I could do Tom Ford.
And Garza could do middle pair with Queen 10. As he defended and checks along with the flow of play to Darren, the pre-flop aggressor, on the button, who quietly is flirting with the 5 million chip barrier.
Yeah, again, not to take away from anybody else at the table, but I did call Elias as.
That's so funny. I heard you
That
say
could've been-
I, when really the appropriate usage would have been we.
Was it? Was it, though?
Okay. You want to be alone on that island?
10 seconds.
It's going to be your funeral when Big Lou stands up and makes his move.
Well, certainly likely to win a decent-sized pot here if he can hang tough with that middle pair. Does have that backdoor club working, plus some straight possibility.
Take the straights off the board as well as the backdoor clubs, but the queens are still way the best.
Yeah, and again, remember when you're three-handed, and of course, having Darren as the chip leader raising from the button, you're not really going to give him too much credit and not going to just automatically assume that he has a huge range advantage, that he is only betting the top here. But what you
10 seconds.
can expect is that Darren is not going to give up and allow you to win this pot without a fight.
So much pressure being applied by the chip leader here. And Brewer's out there with just 800,000, so Garza's going to look to be very snug here. Uses a time extension. And by the way, the more that Garza tanks here on the turn, Maria, I think the more potentially emboldened Elias may be to fire another barrel at this on the river in the event that Lou calls, thinking that he's in that sort of iffy range.
Yeah, and that's why you kind of have to balance your timing, right? Because sometimes you want your opponent to give you some credit for strength when you take a long time. But, of course, that may or may not matter to a beast like Elias.
Second time extension being used now. And Big Brisket has Sweet Lou on the grill.
10 seconds.
Yet another time extension being used here.
All on.
All in.
That's right, that big sigh of relief.
Yep, yep.
We all heard it.
You could see big, deep breaths being taken, and that's a big, anxious moment for Lou Garza. As you know that, in all likelihood, it's either going to be the fold or the snap call. And an important moment there. Got to be careful when you're rocking those reflective shades at the table when you sweat your cards. That was a very important moment for Lou Garza, Maria, who had been trending in the wrong direction.
All in.
And managed to actually take one away from Darren Elias, who has just been a runaway freight train since taking over the chip lead. This 10-9 suited, oh so pretty in another world, but not one in which Chris Brewer is opening for all of it. I wish I could adequately tell you how much joy that Hungry Hungry Hippos rake brings me every time it comes out.
That is a great game. That is a great game. I mean, it's in circulation.
It's a little
still,
light
right?
on strategy, if I'm being honest. More on just brute force. But it was a good game. Did you ever break your hippo?
No.
Well, you're not doing it right.
What kind of brute force are you using?
Well, you had one of those civil Hungry Hippos games where everybody just quietly presses the paddle, right? Oh, you got the most marbles. No. Savagery.
I'm more for speed than strength.
You had
in
to go
that
with the
game.
fist. You had to really pound it in there.
Wow, you see Garza giving up the King-3 suited on the button.
Well, he's up over 2 million in chips now, Maria, and he's got enough breathing room potentially here to kind of hang tight for an orbit or two and see what happens with Brewer.
10 seconds. Call. Option.
Elias limps the queen-4.
Option check.
Brewer says run it with the jack-6. No pair anywhere on the ace-king-deuce flop. Oh, and Elias
60,000.
with the queen high. Takes a shot at that board texture. take it down.
40-80.
Kind of feels like Darren is hungry, hippoing those chips.
It doesn't just feel that way, it is that way. As we get a look at the PokerGO Tour leaderboard presented by Guaranteed Rate, we find Ali Mshirovich up top. 10 wins on the tour. Sean Perry behind him, followed by Sovrel, Katz, and Sean Winter. Katz and Sovrel, along with Perry and Mshirovich, all posting up in these Poker Masters events, looking to add to their tallies. Not just in the quest for the purple jacket, but obviously the overall tour championship. As level 18, 40, 80, 80 has arrived. Ace Queen off on the button for Elias.
Brewer is like constantly checking his phone, just waiting for that text to come in to tell him that he made a good fold.
Garza defends with 7-3 suited.
Thanks.
Flop comes 8-6 deuce. Lou checks it over to Darren. This is where Darren has enough chips to sort of follow through consistently and take a lot of small pots away.
Yeah, Garza is certainly looking at a lot of backdoor potential with this hand, but you know, I don't blame him for the folds, just because again, Darren, chip leader in position, really tough to play against. Don't want to get in there with too many speculative hands. Get yourself in trouble.
Having a big chip lead at a final table really does feel like a cheat code at times. Though it does come with some responsibility. Obviously, you don't want to be too splashy.
Yeah, definitely a really delicate balance to be achieved when you are the chip leader. And some just know how to play it better than others. And Elias certainly one of those. Like, ain't no shame in the game to just stay away sometimes, right? I think in some situations our ego would tell us differently, but there's a time and a place.
I mean, remember the objective, remember the mission. And at the end of the day, you want to give yourself the best opportunity to win the event. Now, some people would take that very same objective and say, that's why ICM be damned and I'm going for it. But I think at the end of the day, there are those who would say, no, that's absolutely the wrong thing. The flip side of that coin is you always want to do the appropriate thing given the situation. And I think right now for Lou Garza, sitting on 23 bigs with Brewer now in the sub-10 range, laying back and allowing Brewer's fate to come into focus is the current gear that he's in. And rightfully so.
And as long as you're willing to adapt and adjust to different scenarios, varying stack sizes, your chip position, your seat position, then it's okay to have that gear.
But it is a fluid environment. Things are dynamic out there, and got to have situational awareness. Two aces, two diamonds, and a 6 here. Big advantage for Brewer. We've seen Darren come with the limp and then stab, and he's doing the same thing here. Not going to work this time, though.
Yeah, as Elias, of course, you can be limping in with a balanced range, so certainly some traps available, but of course, Brewer not going to fold just for one bet at this particular juncture. But Brewer also aware that Elias can have some really strong holdings here as well.
And Elias does fold to the raise.
Brewer really hasn't had an easy ride today, but certainly still battling, still in it, still checking his phone for that confirmation.
I want to touch on that, by the way, because is there any upside to finding out for him? Like,
Oh, of course. And honestly, I think the biggest upside lies in the fact that he can move on from that hand. He can put that hand away officially.
because it's haunting him.
Yes.
But imagine if he were to find out that he's wrong. Wouldn't it be better not to take that chance?
I think yes and no. I think he's willing to take that chance because of how much potentially it's weighing on him at the moment.
Just the resolution, the value of resolution, regardless of...
Yeah, and at the end of the day, if every single player at this final has it at their disposal to find out on a delay what everybody has, you're going to want to know whether you're involved in the hand or not. I mean, I think that you should want to have access to the same kind of information all of your opponents have access to. In this situation, it's going to mean more to Brewer, but he would be interested.
In it comes with King 8 suited on the button from Chris Brewer.
Yeah.
Garza not going to be a customer. And drum roll as we await Darren Elias's holding. He too has a king, King 5 suited. And how close to the cutoff is this holding?
Yep.
Elias can certainly afford it from a chip standpoint, but I think it's leaning towards going into the muck. But, you know, I've seen people call.
Not this time. Darren keeping it clean. As you peek out at event number 9, the 25K pot limit Omaha. I saw Sean Winter out there, so all 5 of the top 5 on the PokerGO Tour leaderboard are rumbling. That's Ben Lamb. Also never far from a PLO opportunity.
Go 1.1.
$8, $8.75, $9, like $1.
All in.
And Elias attacking Brewer's stack. Brewer with shy of $1 million, about 11 bigs.
Yeah, it's been tough to get traction as Chris Brewer just, winning a couple of small pots, but then the blinds go up and you're really still at a pretty shallow depth.
Elias gets a walk. And it does really feel like Lou wants to see what happens with Brewer's stack before choosing to get too involved. Not that his hand was worthy of playing regardless in that particular situation, but
Okay, this is something he could work with.
2 6s on the button.
10 seconds. Raise 180.
$180,000 to go. Elias not interested. Now it's 10 deuce suited for Brewer. And not quite enough. Round and round we go. You haven't said anything about Lou's nails today, Maria. Are you over it?
No, I just thought that the viewers, probably with my 30-minute diatribe monologue, had enough. They understand where I'm coming from. They know how I feel. We can move on. I'm just saying though, like, not to toot my own horn, but it is high praise coming from me because nails are super important to me. I feel like for the most part, my nails are always on point. Ollie, I know what you're gonna say about the particular color I chose this week, but I don't want to hear it.
You mean molten tennis ball yellow?
725.
It looks good. And so does ace-8, apparently, to Chris Brewer, who advises Lou Garza that it's 7 1/4 if you want to take me down. But king deuce might not be the right ammo. And sure enough, Garza bows out.
Brewer at the moment just treading water, not getting a full double, but winning enough for another round of blinds and antes.
And each round is 200K. Eight, 9 suited for Garza. know, limp, and Elias with ace-9 suited has him in a rough way.
Yeah, and I can see the writing on the wall here with Lou having 23 bigs effective.
All in?
Yeah.
Yep. It's just so frustrating if you're Garza.
Yeah, but again, when you watch it back, you know, Garza will feel good that he was able to maintain his level of patience. Of course, it can't feel good in the moment.
Not at all. Six-three offsuit. Not
What?
enough for Elias. Don't act that surprised.
Did you?
It is a
Guys?
rarity.
What just happened? There's a glitch in the matrix. Darren Elias just folded a hand.
It happens.
Make that 2.
King 10 suited for Brewer.
All in.
And yep, it's enough. Queen 6, unlikely.
920.
And every one of those moves is pretty important for Brewer, who can just stave off the hemorrhaging.
What happened to all the big hands from earlier? Like 12 all-ins in a row.
Garza, if you're asking for some coolers, you better hope you're on the right side of it. That's all I have to say. Be careful what you wish for.
Indeed.
All in.
This time it's not so easy, as Garza has ace-7 in the small against another
985.
Brewer all in.
Oh, no, sorry. 1,085,000.
You finding the muck, Maria?
Yes, and so does Garza. Elias, nothing to make the call with himself. Another get through for Chris.
Boy, the King Deuce has been showing up quite a bit.
1.25, I think.
Elias will limp with it. Brewer with 6x.
Okay.
Says run it. Jack 9-3 board. King high still in the lead, but out of position. Will Elias come with another limp and stab? It appears he will. And kind of an interesting choice, by the way, out of Darren to proceed in this manner rather than put in a raise pre-flop and maybe get 3-bet or inflate needlessly. You just kind of limps and stabs. And here are some thoughts from him over Twitter. Says that his favorite way to evaluate an opponent has always been imagining that opponent in every single seat at the table. Carbon copied. Well, he'll really appreciate once we get into the clone era.
Right?
All in.
Who wants some?
Do you
Not those
think
hands.
we will see the clone human era in our lifetime?
I'm a clone.
That makes so much sense.
Really?
I no, seriously, like everything.
Everything about me screams
everything
clone?
about you. Let me check your eyeball. What was that movie where it was in their like retina or something where you could see by how many dots what generation clone they were? Let me look. Let me bring that eyeball up
Get
here.
away from me. What are you doing?
Was it Minority Report?
Stay socially distant. Was it No, it was not Minority Report. Was it iRobot? No.
Think
Somebody
we-
out there in the Twitter sphere,
Exactly.
help us out. Help her out. I don't care. I'm a clone.
You know what that means?
Actually, I misspoke. I actually pronounced it wrong. I am not a clone. I am a clown. That is very different.
Same but different. Important distinction to make, though, for Ali specifically.
Trying to keep the mood light out here, as you can cut some of this tension with a butter knife out at this final table.
Yeah, this three-handed battle has been going on for quite some time.
Jack 7, just kind of that middling dust on the button. And the gap between Garza and Brewer has narrowed considerably, but nevertheless, it really feels like he is just waiting to see what happens to Chris, and you can't blame him. We touched on the pay jumps earlier. 85,000 and change, if you can just get yourself to heads up. But if you're not careful, you could end up heads up with such a small stack that you'll be all in on your very first confrontation against Elias.
But you still get that pay jump, so that is money in the bank at that point.
And you're playing your first ever 25K. That money matters, no doubt about it. Elias again limps. Has queen deuce on this paired 2-diamond flop. Just do it. Just bet the 80,000. Yes, sir. And how annoying is this? Brewer with just nothing. And he knows what Darren's doing, but he's sort of powerless to defend against it.
Yeah, so far just not having the right combination of hands, not connecting with the board. So not much he can do in those spots.
I feel like I have more chips.
Elias gives the boys a break as he sits one out. Garza takes a walk. See, here's the play if you're Lou Garza, right? You hire one of those fake security guard people, right? And then you go to the club, and you know that it's not like the people at the club are going to be able to vet the veracity of the story that you are a platinum selling Latin recording artist. And you just push that narrative, and then you pick your run of the litter for the evening. The thirst is real out there, right? You're like, I'm Bad Bunny's producer. Who's gonna know? No one will know.
Ooh.
I'm gonna count.
Uh-oh. Elias feels like he might be curious here. As Garza.
Yeah, 18 bigs effective. Do you
Moves it
want to
in.
risk it for the biscuit?
And by the way,
1.4.
Garza's willingness to stick it in here, given that Brewer is behind him, suggests that he has something real. And best case scenario, Elias has to imagine he's up against the 2 overs. Does he want to spin on a full board with these 2 deuces?
Yeah, definitely an easier decision if Garza had less chips, but Elias,
Or if Garza was the short stack?
yeah, but Elias not feeling it for the 18 bigs shove.
I'm with him on that one, Maria. You?
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, far be it from us to question any decision that that man makes, given his pedigree, but those deuces on a full run out for 1-4, I'm good. Because you can comfortably fold and just give the man your big blind and the ante and still have a firm thumb on the field here.
$805.
All in.
Oh, and Elias. Less inclined to call with the deuces than he was to jam with the Jack-8. And Brewer put a little mustard on that big blind as it came flying at Darren. I think he's getting tired of wearing handcuffs. But Darren has the field under arrest.
Yeah, you know, level the playing field a little bit. Give Elias some 7-3-0s on the button.
All in.
725.
Yep.
Obviously, if Garza has Elias's chip stack, this would probably go in, but Garza wondering if he needs to protect his stack, but does end up making the call.
Yep, Brewer moving in with the 10-6 suited. Garza defends with ace-4. A small favorite heading to the flop, and obviously Lou didn't want to be the one to play sheriff, given how significant a portion of his stack this all-in from Brewer represents. But he does have the best of it. Not anymore. 10-8-8. Brewer binking top pair. And the ace-4 looking lonely. A 4 on the turn as Garza picks up some outs. Goes from 3 to 5 of them. Can Brewer hold and double? Yes, he can. And a bit of good luck there.
725.
Will leave Chris Brewer second in chips and Garza on the short stack. Now, Garza will know what it feels like to have been Chris Brewer for the better part of the last 45 minutes.
8.
They've effectively flip-flopped. And Brewer, the one to put the 8-9 suiteds into the muck now. On the button, Garza with Jack 3. Can do nothing.
Oh.
He was ready. Not the chattiest bunch, are they? Not until Elias does something weird on the river and Chris Brewer.
No. Ooh, here's another shovable hand.
It's coming in. Hoist the mainsail.
All in.
As prophesized. And as expected against those holdings.
Yeah, and you know, yesterday the final table was a little bit on the quiet side, a little bit on the serious side, and Garza even commented on it at one point and was trying to liven things up a little bit and doesn't seem to be successful.
Well, that was a 10K. This is a 25K, the first he's ever played. So I think he might not be feeling quite as chatty as he otherwise would be himself.
All in.
And Brewer, with the Queen-9 suited, is ready to try to finish Garza off himself.
Yeah, and for Garza, there's some hands that you will wake up with in this spot that are, of course, mandatory call-offs, but for the most part, you want to be the person doing the shoving and not the person doing the calling.
And Queen-8, not among those hands that wants to take a stand versus the all-in. How about a round of shots? Maybe that'll liven things up. That was your MO in the cash
Can we be
game.
included in the booth as well if that's going to be a thing?
What are you doing? You were pumping everybody full of tequila out there?
That's
I see
right.
how you operate. I see how you operate.
Dang right,
Get them
Ollie.
nice and greased.
Let's see if
Get
it's
those chips lubed up.
I mean, I was a winner in that game, but a really small winner, so I don't really know how well my strategy worked.
You
for
got
me
paid to drink
specifically.
tequila. I mean,
Okay, okay.
you're living the dream.
Once you put it that way, you're right. I was being too greedy.
Well, Elias wasn't exactly loaded for bear, but he'll take a walk yet again. This is kind of like when a Komodo dragon takes a bite out of the hindquarters of a water buffalo, not because it intends to eat said buffalo immediately, but allow the bacteria to create a terminal infection in the beast of burden, and it then lurks around the watering hole, waiting for the buffalo to fall prey to the poisonous bite before it goes in and consumes its victim.
I feel like this is a very long-winded analogy to say that he's just delaying the inevitable, but whatever you want to call it.
Nature's Komodo dragon at play here. That's what we're seeing. Garza's been bitten, and now the dragons are just waiting for what would seem to be the inevitable, but of course we know this is poker, not Mother Nature, so he can actually bounce back from this bite. Oh, that looks like a water buffalo on the right, on his left sleeve there.
No, it still looks like a pizza.
It's not a pizza. It had eyes.
Nope.
I'm telling you, it had horns.
It's probably pepperoni. Pepperoni is round.
God.
Eyes are round.
Let me get some Papa John's to the booth, something.
And a shot of tequila.
Oh, my God.
Papa John's and a shot of tequila.
Oh.
Ooh, don't forget the garlic sauce.
Oh, I got a story about that. Elias, with Jack 7 suited, says, who wants some? And they say, not us, as he picks up blinds and ante money. Now, once upon a time, in the pre-PokerGO era, at a college football show on ESPNU called Road Trip. During one of those episodes, we traveled to Louisville, Kentucky. Now, Louisville, University of, has a stadium. It is Papa John's Stadium. And during this particular episode, inside Papa John's Stadium, inside the Papa John's suite, I enjoyed some Papa John pizza with Papa John Schnatter, who has since been canceled, by the way.
Yes, yes.
But prior to that cancellation, as I sat there with him, I asked him, how good is your pizza? And he goes, I stand behind everything in my pizza. He said, but if you touch that garlic sauce, I can't be held accountable. Says, I don't know what's in that cup.
It's potent.
It's good, but I feel like it goes straight where your cardiologist doesn't want to see it. It's a clogger, right? I feel like that's exactly what the stuff they would, like angioplastotomy would look like.
Right.
Right? They would just siphon that out of your carotid,
What's up?
out of your ventricle.
Is that allowed
I don't think here at this table.
Now I'm just saying stupid words
breaking
that I
some.
remember from like bio.
I mean, this guy in here stays away from the garlic sauce, but not the chocolate,
I had a
whether
Twix.
it's in a cookie or in
I had a
Twix
chocolate chip
form.
cookie earlier.
1 pineapple juice a day minimum.
Hey.
A session.
I think you know what that's about.
1 point.
A
And then
fun-size Snickers.
I think.
I haven't eaten this yet.
No, but you will.
Yeah,
If it's
1.2.
in here, it's getting eaten.
Yesterday I had those mini Oreos. I gotta keep my blood sugar up.
Do you guys know why our trash can is full inside the booth every day? It is full of Ollie's snack wrappers.
Listen here, gummy bears. All right? You subsist on Haribo. It's a true story. You would die without without the gummy bear aisle at your local convenience store.
Wow, 73% of chips in play for Darren Elias. Chipping
You think
away.
he smells a W? I think he smells a W.
With the track record he has, how could he not?
Come on. You'd have to lay such a huge price right now. Look at this overwhelming monolithic chip stack that he possesses. 50 bigs plus more than second place Chris Brewer and Lou Garza. And by the way, if he can just let both of these guys bleed out at an equal pace, that would be the dream for him.
Ooh, here it goes for Garza.
Yeah, ace-6 suited. up against ace-5 suited. Plenty of chop opportunities here.
Hearts and diamonds.
What's up? Diamonds?
And diamonds.
Heart's been hitting, man.
But 6 has been
Also
hot
been
too,
hot.
though.
It's true.
How about a 6 of hearts in the flop?
I'll tell you.
Oh, that was sporting. Garza's ace-6 does not improve.
Feel it.
Things do feel very choppy here on the 9-7 tray board.
Good sweat card.
Very
Not
high
official
possible
just
chance.
yet. Garza does have 18% more equity. 68% of the time, these two will chop.
Chop it up.
And the 10 of clubs makes it official. And so, a very slow-moving pace here as three-handed play will continue, but not before we take a break, feasting our eyes upon the Zenni Eyewear chip counts. You see Lou Garza with that 735 hanging on for dear life. Maria and I will step aside and leave you with some highlights. Keep it close, more to come. Garza with a couple of black jacks. Looks like he heeded your mask placement memo from yesterday.
I have
No
a
longer
feeling.
does he have the exposed schnoz.
Yeah, I have a feeling that Garza might have heard some of the things we were saying about him, mostly good, but that included. He definitely knows
they were
that
all
I
good.
complimented the nails. That he does know.
Did
for
he
sure.
take to Twitter to
He did. Well, I mean-
revel in the love that was shown?
I mean, when you take that time to make your nails look on point, you deserve all the compliments.
My goodness, look at this. 3 pocket pairs. Garza in great shape here, provided he can fade a set. I love, you know what that reminds me of? That little rake reminds me of those machines where the quarters get pushed forward. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, yes.
It's like 2 levels, and then you're trying to like slide one in to disrupt it,
Totally.
and then they all come in.
What a throwback. Should
And
we
what
go
a
to
flop, by
Should
the
we
way.
go to like GameWorks and try to play that? It's
Maybe
still
we should
a
go to
thing,
Dave and
isn't it?
Buster's.
GameWorks still exists, I'll have you know. It
Whoa,
came
that's
way before
defensive.
Dave and Buster's.
You've been holding that stock for a while, have you? 2 5s, 2 7s have both turned into gut shot straight draws on this 8-high board, and you can't fault Brewer for probing here for 100K. Just sort of asking the question. You see Garza looking over like, what are you up to, bro?
Yeah, especially with the additional equity, of course, with that straight draw. And for Garza, feels a little bit like a defensive bet, potentially.
But not one that
But
you're going to
not-
come piling over,
Yeah.
right? Not with that texture. And especially not with Elias behind you. You really don't know what his plan is behind you as
Exactly.
Lou calls the 100K. Bit of a weird spot for Darren. It might be one thing if he was on the button, Maria, but out of position. He will let it go. And Elias mucking is actually really good news for Brewer, because now hitting a 7 is a winner, and that's exactly what he does. No waiting. Turning the set. Elias obviously would have made the 8-high straight. Isn't necessarily going to be regretting it just yet, given that there's 3 diamonds on board. But neither player in the remaining field has a flush draw. And Chris leads again for 100,000.
Yeah, and if Garza was feeling a little bit uncomfortable about the board texture on the flop, he definitely feels significantly worse once that turn card comes off. Of course, Brewer could have led with some possible straight draw, flush draw combinations. Garza, no redraw in sight either.
Does make the call. Needs to hit a jack, and one of those would be the jack of diamonds, which would make things uncomfortable. Instead, the deuce of hearts is pretty clean here on the river. I think Brewer has got the sense that his hand is best, but nevertheless is going to play it safe as he checks, and that's going to leave a little heartburn in its wake for Garza. He actually grinded $1, $2 no limit up in Oregon for 3 full years before he actually kicked it up when he moved back to California.
Yeah, if you're a little bit surprised at how recent his first 6-figure cash is, Ali, that's actually because Brewer has primarily been playing cash games until recent history. I actually had the opportunity to play with Brewer several times on Live at the Bike over in LA, and you know, his meteoric rise in tournament poker, and especially these high roller series, didn't really happen until the last year and a half.
Well, this is actually Garza's first 25K buy-in event, so credit the young man for having the gamble to take the winnings and parlay them, and it has worked out handsomely for him, as all 4 of these players are guaranteed at least $142,500 for 4th or better finish. Blind versus blind, Jack 9-4 all hearts. Great flop for Brewer. Second up flush draw and middle pair, and he will check it. See if he gets Garza to bite. These monotone boards can be so tempting in position, and these little blind versus blind limp pots to just sprinkle something out there and try to take it. But Garza staying disciplined with that 6 high. Checks back, ace rolls off on the turn.
Brewer still content to play this hand as a bluff catcher, it would appear. Not necessarily wanting to inflate the pot, doesn't really think he could get called by worse, but happy to also have that king of hearts in hand just in case.
Lou keeping it clean, checking back again. I think he is content to just let this one go. Although a 3rd check from Chris might be a little gangster.
Bet 40,000.
To try to induce one last time. Instead, he sprinkles 40K out there, and Garza makes the fold.
Yes.
Me and you both, buddy.
I mean, I
I don't know,
remember
man.
listening to you when I first got into poker, so.
Oh, you're talking about chips.
And after a while, you're like, I stopped listening to that guy.
Then we
He's like, "Oh,
became
never
friends,
sold
and I'm
him
like,
chips."
you know,
he
everything I
ain't
thought
special.
about him was true.
25, 50,
You're like
and
1.7
50.
or something down, right? I think you coupled me by just a teeny bit.
1.7, 1.8. Something.
Yeah.
Brewer looking down at a pretty ace-8 suited to start the level off. Min raise. Oh, a couple of deuces for Brock Wilson, Maria. What a weird spot.
Yeah, don't really have too much fold equity, but if you're against some steals, then there's the chance that their hand is that bad, but looks like they're gonna
Yeah.
wait.
Oh, and perhaps a good decision, as Elias has ace-queen behind him. feel like had Wilson elected to jam there, maybe Elias 3-bets to protect Brock's range and leave himself heads up, and instead it is Elias against Brewer and a very bad situation for Chris. Outkicked on the ace-high flop. He checks back. Now a king on the turn.
Yeah, and of course, a little bit deceptive for Elias to have this strong of an ace, considering he called from the big blind. So for Brewer, doesn't necessarily feel like this board should favor Elias.
And there's just no path to a fold for Chris here, provided Darren bets anything normal, which 2 1/4 is well within the range of normalcy. Slightly on the meaty side.
Yeah, but considering Brewer checked back the flop, I don't think that he can make this fold on the turn, even with the bet size being on the big side.
Sure enough, in comes 2 1/4. And welcome back to continuing coverage of the 2021 Poker Masters, event number 8. The 25K No Limit Hold'em final table contains 3 of its original 5 combatants as the race for the purple jacket rages on, and there are some who are eligible to land at the top of the series leaderboard. Depending on outcomes here, Ali Najad alongside Maria Ho, Chris Brewer, Lou Garza, and Darren Elias trudge on with the blinds at 50 and 100,000 now.
And just talk about a good spot for Elias, especially from an ICM standpoint. You know, in the hand before the break, we saw that he was able to just go all in from the button. You know you're in a good spot when you've got both players with stack sizes that you can just shove on them, and they have to be put to the decision.
Just before the break, it was ace-6 suited against ace-5 suited that chopped it up between Garza and Elias. But Lou is certainly desperately trying to find the kind of hand that he can move his stack in with or call it off with. And 10 high is not among them. As Elias gets a walk with the ace-7, he was ready.
This is a 1, I feel it.
Garza coming off of that final table performance from yesterday.
Now, when someone says this is the 1, I feel it. You know, you might get the feeling that this might be the hand you're going to go in with, but that doesn't mean you're going to win.
That might have been just indigestion.
Thought it was a 1.
Queen 8 suited.
On.
Oh.
Yeah, I have a feeling that there's going to be a lot more, quote, the 1s for Elias, given his chip position, than anybody else at the table.
Anytime Garza folds a button to Elias, he is just so incentivized with things where they are currently to pile on Brewer, because Brewer's range is going to be so narrow with that $85,000 pay gap between third, which is about 200K, and second, which is 285.
Absolutely.
No reason for him to take unnecessary chances.
Like with the chips as they are very close to any 2.
8-5 takes a break.
All in.
And Brewer moving all in with the 8-6 suited, runs into an ace-4 for Garza.
Sauce.
Hit him with the sauce.
I need a coffee.
Will Garza be able to hold on? He had an ace-4 up against a 10-6 earlier against Brewer. That's how they ended up flip-flopping. Brewer ended up winning that confrontation. Will he be able to pull a rabbit out of a hat once more? Here comes the flop, an 8 in the window, and it is looking good for Chris Brewer right now, who's gotten it in against Garza with the worst of it on 2 occasions. Turn card is a 5, and now 3 lonely outs for Garza. Needs a needle on the river here. Is there one available? There is not. And that is it. Chris Brewer shaking hands. Everybody showing their respect for Lou Garza, who certainly did his best, but in the end could do nothing but get it in with the best of it and let the deck do the rest. And on this occasion, it was uncooperative. He ends up with the third place finish
I have no clue.
and almost 200,000.
I don't KO2. We literally just went on.
I'm going to miss him, Maria.
Oh, okay.
I am
think
going
that makes
to
sense.
miss
You got
the flare,
1.6?
the
Figuring that
flash,
out right now.
the swag, the nails.
A little more.
I'm going to miss the party that we could have had.
This is 1.55. Yeah, 1.6 exactly. Well done.
Damn, couldn't do it.
So much. All right, please stand right here for me.
Well, Brewer in better shape than he was before busting Garza, but nevertheless, he is going to start heads-up play here with 16 bigs, which isn't a ton of operating room. Starts things off by limping.
Check.
Elias checks back. And a 7 in the window for King 7. Bottom pair, good kicker. Not sure what that sidecar is. Side card is to go with that jack for Brewer.
100,000.
It is going to bet in position, however.
Yeah, and you imagine at this stack depth that Brewer has, certainly he has some limps on the button that are of the trappy variety, but also going to limp with some of the speculative, somewhat connected type holdings as well. So there we see the 9 revealed. Pretty balanced.
Oh, and speaking of 9s being revealed, how about that for a turn card? Brewer just binks and takes the lead. Elias checking a second time.
Check.
And Brewer will check back.
Yeah, I didn't love that Elias had called the flop, so when he turned some showdown value, Brewer just wanted to keep the pot small.
Is there any point to trying to value bet King 7 if you're Elias? What are we targeting?
Yeah, I mean, it just comes down to if you think you're going to get called by worse, and Elias doesn't seem to think so.
Tough to imagine a kind of holding that would end up calling King 7 and not being good, right? Except exactly another 7 with a worse kicker.
Yeah, and the real question now is, does Brewer think he can get some value?
300,000.
Sure does. 60%.
Elias probably doesn't imagine that Brewer would play
10 seconds.
top pair this way.
Call. 9.
Nice line from Brewer as he picks up some value on the end, and that is a very nice start to heads-up play for Chris. Updated chip counts brought to you by Zenni Eyewear. 2.2 million to 4.9. Better than 2-to-1 lead still for Darren Elias, who is oh so adept in these situations. It is going to be a tall order for Chris Brewer, but we know he is up to the task.
Call. Option. Option. Okay.
Jack 9-7 with a couple of hearts and a limp pot pre. Neither player in this neighborhood.
Check. Check.
2 checks in these empty streets.
Check. $200,000.
Elias takes a little stab, picks one up. I don't think this one's going to be over anytime soon, Maria. I think it would really require kind of pre-flop cooler, but I think Brewer's going to be really snug about how he proceeds here.
Yeah, you would imagine that, you know, even though I think Brewer had more of a cash game background, that he has studied tournament format quite a bit as of late and just understands what his ranges should be, how they should be constructed with his given chip stack. And of course, knowing that Elias is a very capable player, isn't going to be looking to just play a high variance style necessarily, just going to be calculated and try to keep up with the chip leader.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I don't think there's going to be a lot of high variance lines being taken. Brewer limp folding to Elias's raise. I feel like I've been sleeping on some of this set decor that we got going, courtesy of our neighbors at Elena Bulatova Fine Art.
I noticed, I know exactly what you're talking about. I noticed it yesterday too. I was like, oh, those are interesting.
Looks like the same person that painted Garza's shirt got a hold of some little toy rockets. Nickels on the button for Darren.
All in.
All in.
Looks like he is willing to play the more high variance line.
Yeah, and certainly fives for about 20 bigs. Just an unexploitable shove. The right type of hand against the right type of stack to do it with.
But not a
chip EV.
compulsory approach by any stretch of the imagination.
No.
One could limp, one could min raise.
For sure, but very plus chip EV, right? So at this point, the goal is to win all of the chips.
Option.
Nevertheless, we see Brewer with ace-10 suited, choosing to limp the button. In search of balance. And you see Darren shoot him a look before deciding to check back.
Yeah, and we see that Brewer, again, has that balanced limping range with this type of stack depth. Has some hands that he is going to limp call it off with, and earlier with the Jack-9, some hands that he's just looking to see a flop with.
Both players hit the 10-5 deuce board, advantage Brewer in a real way.
Bet 100,000.
As he casually flings a yellow bird out there.
You're a yellow bird. I don't know. I don't know why. You've been mean and violent to me in the booth all day. It just felt like that was the best I could do. I had to retaliate.
Hogwash.
Like karate chopping me on a break.
Remotely close to true. There was no contact made. It was shadow boxing. Meanwhile, Elias taking the high V line here. Check raising this queen 5 with the backdoor clubs. And if we're Chris Brewer,
10 seconds.
All on.
yeah, we certainly could think about doing exactly what he's done, which is pile.
Okay.
Yeah, this is interesting because there is that very clear flush draw possible on the board, and so Elias is at the moment going to be beating a hand like that, some
1.5.
type of
1.6.
semi-bluff, you know, perhaps a gut shot, straight draw the ace-4, the ace-3s suited.
1.6 total.
1.6. Yeah. Total. Yes.
Here we go.
So Elias has chosen to draw a line in the sand. Looking to finish Brewer off here. Obviously the 2 hearts on the board, Maria. Some percentage of the time, Brewer might have been pressing with a heart draw. Maybe some straight draws in the mix. But of course, as we see, he has the lion's share of the equity on the turn. The 3 of diamonds does not help Darren's prospects here. And all Chris Brewer needs to do is fade a 5 or a queen to double up and take down this 3.5 million chip pot, and he's done it. The 8 of clubs on the river.
And would you look at this, Ollie? Chip stacks about even now.
Reset button has been pressed.
Chris Brewer, this is kind of what he was hoping for when he made 2 big folds that turned out to be correct, is to find himself heads up against Elias with the same chip stack.
You surprised at all that Elias chose not only to check raise the queen 5 on the flop, but then also call off?
No, I don't think so, and that's because there were some of those draws that I spoke of that Chris Brewer would be willing to play that way as well. And once you invest that check raise in with that type of hand, certainly if you're going to be beating some of those semi-bluffs, then you can't be over-folding in those spots. And I think Darren felt like if he did, that would be exactly what he is doing, is playing kind of exploitively.
10 seconds. Red, 225,000.
So we begin the neck and neck portion of the program with both players sitting on king 7. Brewer, suited edition, facing the raise on the button to 225,000 from Elias.
Call.
Makes the call.
Check.
998 is checked by Brewer.
Elias probably liking his hand a little bit more just because he does have the 7 of clubs. But
10
king
seconds.
high definitely
Bet
could be good on this type of
175,000.
texture as well.
Call.
175K C-bet does get called. Turn provides both players with the gut shot straight draw now.
Looks like Elias just wants to realize his equity by checking back, hoping to make the straight, but brick on the river.
Check.
Brewer checking it, Elias checking back, and king 7 exactly for both players. Both cards play, and they'll carve it up. $285,000 guaranteed to both of these players. 427,500 will go to first place. Nine-five suited on the button for Chris.
Call. Option.
Slides 50K in there. King 6 for Darren.
Option check.
Checks back. Nine, 7, 6. Rainbow top pair against bottom pair.
Check.
Elias checks and Brewer choosing to check back, Maria, as the 7 rolls off on the turn.
Yeah, I think it's the type of texture where you probably don't want to play a big pot unnecessarily. And, you know, there's going to be some runouts where you'll feel comfortable that you have the best hand and some where you're going to proceed with caution.
200,000.
Elias comes out swinging 200K. Brewer does have a gut shot straight draw. Bad end of it. To go with the best hand. Makes the call. River is a jack.
Ten seconds.
Elias going deep into the shot clock before coming with a
Much is
pretty hefty bet here.
450,000.
Yeah, and this particular sizing is not very polarizing given what was in the pot. So definitely represents some 7Xs. Of course, you know, could have also flopped a straight.
10 seconds.
Call.
Call.
And Brewer looked for a second like he was thinking about folding, but instead comes with the call and he'll take a 1.6 million chip pot now as he has had the best of Darren Elias thus far here in heads-up play.
Oh, sorry.
4.3 million to 2.8.
And it's interesting because when we just talk about people with tournament experience and what that means, the thing is if you don't get to the portion of the tournament where you're heads up and you're not a heads up specialist, then you don't have a lot of heads up experience. And if you look at somebody with Darren Elias's resume, then you know that this is a man who may not be a heads up specialist, but certainly knows how to proceed in heads up situations, has been able to close many tournaments out.
Call option.
And so for Brewer, of course, probably a little more inexperienced heads up specifically, but definitely off to a good start and goes all in with this ace deuce.
Boy, it does feel like he's going for the jugular here, and this is unfamiliar territory for Darren Elias thus far here at this final table. It has been such smooth sailing for him. But all that ended just a few hands ago.
Right, 300,000.
300 to go. Ace-9 for Elias.
All in.
All in.
And he comes piling. Picks off the Jack-8 open. Well, the game's elite. will be taking to the felt in the most exclusive tournament of the year when the Super High Roller Bowl descends upon Las Vegas once again. Beginning September 27th, we have 3 days of ultra high stakes action live and direct exclusively on PokerGO. You won't want to miss that. And Elias with Ace King.
Raise 225,000.
Asks for 2 1/4 from this Queen 6 and gets it.
Cuff.
Nine deuce rainbow.
Check.
Brewer checks it over to Elias, and this Ace King rates to be the best hand, significant percentage of the time.
150,000.
Follows through for $1.50, and that ought to do it. And does.
Okay, Ali, we had called on the internet a little while ago to find out for us what movie that is where the clones have dots in their eyeball. And I haven't gotten the answer to that, but I did get a tweet from Joseph saying that clones don't have belly buttons, according to American Dad. So let me see. Let me check this one out. Ali, go on.
You want to see whether or not I have a belly button?
Yeah, I do.
Have you not read the Human Resources Manual here at our esteemed place of employ?
I just want to know if
Are you harassing me?
do you care to prove that you're not a clone?
If it requires me to breach my own personal safe space, then no. I already told you I am a clone, but it's actually a clown. So I probably have a belly button and a red nose. That's where we're at.
And you have a lot of lint in your belly button, I'm sure.
Shots fired. Trip sevens for Chris Brewer on the button with this Queen 7. 3-4 for Darren Elias, which has formed a gut shot straight draw. Limp pot pre.
100,000.
Little sprinkle out of Chris, which looks just so compulsory, as though
Raise 300,000.
he's just going to take a little shot. And Elias asking the question. Not sure he'll get his answer just yet, though.
Cuff.
Yeah, Brewer not eager to put in more chips just yet. Might be content to see just how much Elias is willing to commit.
Ten seconds. Check.
Elias does not fire another barrel.
And for sure, as the pre-flop limp call from Brewer,
Check.
this type of board texture probably favors his range a little bit, which is why Elias looked to be giving up on the pot on the turn.
And look at Chris, by the way, Maria, with the check back, willing to let one more card roll off in the hopes that he can get Darren to fire at this. And it could very well look like Brewer had a busted draw of some sort. Although 8-9 did get there on this river. Elias not going to bite, though, with this 4 high.
Second. Raise 650,000.
Snap fold to the 650. Well, Darren certainly has been willing to take some chances, take the higher variance lines thus far, but it has cost him chips. As Brewer has taken over the chip lead from him. And the swords are double-edged when we're out there.
Yeah, but I wouldn't say that Elias has necessarily made a mistake of sorts. I think that
No, he's made some choices.
he's made some choices, and it just so happens that Brewer had the type of hand that he had on that ace, with that ace 10 on the 10 high board, and
Call.
that's the way it goes.
Option check. Check.
Art gallery flop here, and Brewer again makes trips.
Yeah, but both times just not able to catch Elias with a piece, but of course always the option that he will try to bluff at
100,000.
least the flop with the 7 high.
Call.
Elias taking that shot for 100K with that dusty 7-5. Doesn't improve on the turn, which is good news for him. And I really can't remember too many multi-street bluffs out of Elias. It feels like he's kept it clean. He takes a shot on the river maybe when it's checked twice to him, or he takes his one shot on the flop, but he doesn't chase.
Second.
Now Brewer
700,000.
gets to betting his hand. Hearts did come in here on the end.
Second.
Elias trying to find a way to win this pot. Does have the 5 of hearts in his hand.
Come with something heroic and try to rep a flush.
I mean, certainly, considering this was a limp pot pre, he will have a lot of these suited type combos in his hand that he could have limped in with. Bet the flop, check back the turn story does check out so far.
Oh, and you can see this is exactly what's going on in his mind. But better to burn a time bank than potentially a big chunk of chips, as Chris Brewer certainly would be capable of calling with trip queens. But I don't know. In the face of a big enough raise on the river there, that queen 8 doesn't look so hot.
Yeah, maybe just the testimony of the history that has happened where Brewer folded twice to Elias and he actually had it. Who knows what that could have done to his psyche, and maybe just feeling like so far he's been able to make the right decisions.
Right.
Even if it feels like a tough fold.
And he's been reassured at this point, presuming that he has some scouts out there watching the live stream on a delay, that Elias has had it, even though they haven't gone to showdown. So Elias could continue to leverage that on at least one occasion where he doesn't have it.
Option check.
Well, we'll never know, but it could have been a fun one.
Now this one's going to be limped pre, and 2 8s, 2 clubs, and a jack. And Brewer
mean,
just made trips 3 hands in a row. This time, Elias actually has a piece too, so it's trouble.
Really, just the trips trifecta here for Brewer.
Mm-hmm. What, have you been at the horse track? You like the ponies, Maria? Something I need to know?
I have a thing for Clydesdales.
Okay, they're definitely not running Clydesdales
I
at the
know,
track.
I know. It's a nod to Brent. We were actually talking about Clydesdales today. Just leave me alone, Ollie.
It's a big horse with the leggings.
With the leggings.
It's the Budweiser horse. And speaking of these horses, this Jack 3 is a Shetland pony basking in the shadow of a Clydesdale. Brewer with the trip 8s.
Yeah, and unlike the other times, this time Elias does have something that he would want to come along with, but of course this turn card is a little more problematic for his holding.
10 seconds.
Nevertheless, he will make the call. 850,000 in the middle. Clean 6 of diamonds on the river. Elias checks a third time. And what's the number, Chris Brewer?
Considering the texture of the board, maybe you can't go too big, because if you want to allow hands like these Jack X's and perhaps King X's to call you on the river, they might not be willing to pay too much to see.
500,000.
500,000.
That feels about right. We're trying to keep those hands in there as a payoff. And I mean,
10 seconds.
Go on.
if Brewer keeps making trips and gets paid in this instance, I mean, what shot does Darren have? Sometimes in heads up, someone will just run amazing and you'll be forced in spots where you might not want to fold too often, get exploited that way, and ends up costing you chips when they roll their hand over and they have it time and time again.
10 seconds.
It looks like the call is being made. Hate to see it.
Yeah. And little does Elias know, but Brewer has just been running pure.
The last 3 hands in a row. On fail.
Well, now he knows. So deflating, isn't it, Maria, when you're in there heads up and you're like, look, let the deck break somewhat even here and let us play some cards, but you start giving this guy trips, multiple hands in a row, and it's going to be a tough assignment for me. And look at Lou Garza over Chris Brewer's shoulder. Looks like he is plunked down.
Dabbling in some 4-card.
His second ever 25K buy-in as he continues to parlay the spoils from a profitable Poker Masters for him.
Yeah, but to be fair, Ali, we just have to remember Darren, it wasn't like he came in as the chip leader and then really had to battle. Today, for the most part, it was very smooth for him. He doubled through Brewer with ace-10 of hearts against Brewer's kings. So to find himself in this situation, even though so far the heads-up run good doesn't seem to be on his side, still can't be too upset over what has transpired so far.
Option check.
I'm shocked that Brewer doesn't have a 5 in his hand.
It is Elias who has hit this flop with an 8.
$100,000.
That's 100,000 and takes it down. 52 big blinds for Chris Brewer. 19 bigs for Darren Elias. 2 sevens.
That's a real hand.
All in.
All in.
And unfortunately for him, Chris Brewer not going to be able to indulge with the 5 deuce.
I was just trying to see what level they were at.
Call option.
All in.
All in.
Oh, Brewer piles with queen 10 after Elias limps. And that 7-3 suited promptly hits the muck. I'm feeling antsy, Maria.
Could it be all that sugar you've had
No.
so far today? I think that's it.
No, that's not it. I want a resolution here.
I don't think 3-2 is going to be the hand to bring this to a swift conclusion.
I want to know if the snow leopard is going to catch the billy goat on the cliff's edge.
So in this case, at this point, who's the snow leopard?
Be serious. Clearly, Brewer has the leopard-sized stack.
Yeah,
and Elias is just left with cleaved hooves.
Check.
Gut shot for Darren on the 955 board.
100,000.
I think I watch too much Planet Earth.
I mean, it's, to be fair, like those shows are pretty
Spectacular
intriguing. No, they are.
in majestic 4K. What are you working with, some kind of dusty plasma back at the house? 100K does get called.
I mean, just because a girl shops at H&M doesn't mean she doesn't have a
Nice
highly
TV.
sophisticated audio visual system at home.
Nut low for Brewer here.
Yeah, and you saw him take a stab on the flop with just the bottom of the range and in position this hand.
He could conceivably continue to barrel as we see him reach for chips. Obviously, he knows he has no showdown value, and that board texture starts to be pretty discouraging for a hand like the one Elias holds. And Darren forced to fold as chips continue to bleed away. I think I realized what the dream is.
What?
David Attenborough isn't exactly short in the tooth. Eventually, his number will be called. And at that point, someone else will have to man the throne of Mother Nature's finest documentaries. And I would like to throw my name in that hat, as you see the names that are currently in the hat for the PokerGO Tour, presented by Guaranteed Rate. No shortage of talent there. Though a pretty big spread between 5th place Sean Winter and 1st place Aliam Shirovich. As I spy Eric Seidel, the cyborg, out there in the PLO streets. Kind of surprised not to see him at one of these final tables. He tends to do pretty well when it comes to high rollers.
So just in case the producers are out there listening, why don't you do your best Attenborough impression for this particular hand? We'll see if you're able to keep people engaged.
Trying his hardest. Elias limps with the 7-5, but is no match for the ace-9 of Chris Brewer, who moves all in. I mean, you gotta have that kind of like old, raspy, respiratory thing going. I don't know. Maybe I gotta wait for like COPD to set in, and then I can do it. I mean, I'm not suggesting our man, Sir David Attenborough, has COPD, but he's got something raspy going on. I gotta age the bronchial tubes. I gotta get out there and just huff like secondhand smoke.
I was gonna say, you're
in the
living too
casinos.
clean. You know, you really just gotta be smoking,
Yeah.
chain smoking on a reg basis if you want to get there.
There it is. What'd you do if you just saw me smoking cigarettes?
I wouldn't even know who you were at that point. I mean,
Right? If I had like
and
just
holding
a glass
of
cognac.
whiskey or
There it
something.
is.
Exactly. I'd be like,
Right?
I don't know you.
In the high limit,
anymore.
just firing. All three of those things would just blow your mind. Your skull
Oh,
would
well.
explode. And Elias making this Jack-4 explode as it tried to slide in there with the blinds at 50 and 125,000. 125K big. Further diminishing the value of Elias's stack. He's going to need a spin here sooner than later, just 12 bigs roughly.
Ollie,
for
I
him.
just have to say, I don't want you to
Leave
change-
poker and work on BDC and
that
do
too.
nature shows?
I also just don't want you to risk getting lung cancer in order to have David Attenborough's job. I don't think it's worth it. I'm not sure. Doesn't seem like a good trade-off to me.
It's your lack of commitment, Maria, that's going to hold you back. I'm just telling you. I'm going to do whatever it takes. All right?
You're like one of those method actors, but you're like a method
Exactly.
commentator.
If I got to go out in a Heath Ledger blaze of glory, but get the posthumous Oscar for my work as the Joker, then so be it.
His.
Better Joker. Joaquin Phoenix, Heath Ledger. Go.
Both really good, but I got to go Joaquin.
Agreed.
Finally! First time you've agreed
Agreed.
with my take
Listen,
all day.
Taking nothing away
Of course.
from Heath Ledger as
The
the
late,
Joker.
great Heath Ledger.
Joaquin was certifiably disturbing.
And he seemed like he still was disturbed even a year after he had filmed this movie. Just
I'm disturbed a year after watching it.
seeing, I mean, he really took a lot on to play that character.
The Joker just ruins people, ruins your soul. 6-deuce ruins your chances to win a pot on a King 7-10 board. Oh, well, glimmer of hope here as the 9 rolls off. Brewer checking back the pair of 10s in position on that flop. And might Elias attempt something valiant? The answer is no, as he faintly wraps the felt.
Yeah, Brewer just continuing to protect his check back range.
I mean, it's a Trips Carnival at this point. What is happening?
Yeah, wanting to find showdown with what was second pair, but now very clear hand that is going to go for value.
And no chance 6-deuce was going to be interested. So just a matter of waiting for Brewer to come up with a number, fire it in there, and get us to the next hand. Elias limps in with the 7-4 offsuit. Jack 8 for Brewer in the big.
All in.
Oh. And he was ready to dance.
Yeah, Elias definitely at the stack depth now with 9 big blinds where he's really going to rely on the help of the deck to find something worth putting it in the middle with.
Brewer limps the 10-6. He'll be dominated by this Jack 10.
All in.
And Darren takes his turn, wielding the mallet. All right, so we're going to go to Mirazur in the south of France. We're going to enjoy dinner at the #1 restaurant in the world. But while we're there, I feel like it would behoove us to check off some other things on the list.
Sure.
Have you done Cinque Terre in Italy as we travel east along the Amalfi Coast?
Nope, and I would love to. So
Okay.
yes,
San Remo,
on that.
Genova,
Been to San Remo.
Cap d'Antibes.
No.
Well,
Listen, just send me the itinerary. I will be ready.
listen, you know me. I'm your Huckleberry.
I
Just
don't
get your
like-
credit card points in order because we're flying
On.
first class for free.
I don't like that saying anymore now that you tell me the origin of the meaning.
Oh, yeah. That I'm like trying to be your Undertaker.
Yeah. Too morbid. This calls for something a little more lighthearted. You know, we're going to go on a once-in-a-lifetime trip.
No, we're going to stuff ourselves. So it might have even been the appropriate thing. I mean, when I went to Osteria Francescana, I think it was like 26 or 7 courses, to the point that when we went into the kitchen afterward, because I had combined tasting menus, a round of applause was issued by the chefs.
You,
They must have thought I was Kobayashi.
right?
I mean, I
Some real gluttony
competitively
going on
ate my
there.
way through there, and then they wheelbarrowed me out. Ooh. A lot of clubs out there.
Yeah, a whole lot of hand for both players.
Yeah. And Brewer limped the king-jack suited and was ready
One of the better ones.
with a decision once Elias said all in with the ace-7, and he does have way the best of it. 3-2 favorite. Going to the flop for his tournament life. Can he double? Brewer is here, heads up, courtesy of having issued a couple of beats to Lou Garza when he took 10-6 and 8-6 suited up against ace-4 and took it down both times. Here he is with the worst of it, and ace-7 is looking good right now. Just needs to fade a king or a jack on the river, does Darren Elias, and he will have a double. Here it comes. Ooh.
$1,025,000.
Yep.
Cool.
The only safe paint
Goes
in
on
the
the big
deck,
screen for
a
that.
Oh,
queen.
they did?
Yeah, I was looking at it.
How did he look?
Good, I'm good.
All right, good, good.
That's cool.
So Elias up to 2.2 million in chips.
I bet you he's literally talked more on the stream.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah. Like he'll hit more than us.
Get the man a mic.
Hazard a guess as to who it is they're referring to, Maria?
Sean Perry?
It's not even fair. We don't know definitively, but I also would wager everything. That's who they're talking about.
All in.
When he's in the room, you certainly will know, as Elias announces his willingness
Like
to
2.5 now.
spin with king 6 suited. 9 high. Not interested.
2.3.
Okay.
2.4.
Yeah.
So, Ollie, I feel like I took French in high school. My choices were Spanish or French.
So that was a misplay.
For this very reason, though, for
this
this
trip?
trip, I will be able to order for us
You still remember French?
in French. Do I still remember French? Okay, fine. Little limited on the vocab, but the
You're dusty.
basics.
I'm calling
but
it
the
right now.
basics.
You're like croissant. Bonjour.
Well, hold on. My accent's way better than that. It'd be like croissant.
Good.
Bonjour. I mean, at least at the minimum.
I'm calling dusty on your French.
Pardonnez-moi.
9-4 suited was looking dusty until it turned into a spade draw here on the flop. As Elias defended the big. Brewer with the ace high. Looked a lot better pre-flop. He checks back. Now a 4 on the turn. Gives Elias the best hand with a pair. Brewer does have a wheel draw. Darren comes out swinging for 400. Yeah, and Brewer stays engaged. .7 roughly in the middle, and now an ace on the end, just smacking Brewer.
Yeah.
4 to a wheel on the board.
At one point, Elias probably thought he had the world with that pair and that flush draw, but
Not looking so hot anymore. He does check over to Brewer.
All in.
And Chris rips it in there. Too rich for 9-4. And that one was disappointing for Darren Elias.
Brewer really impressing me with the way that he is navigating this heads-up play. I mean, granted, he has had a lot of big hands, but there's still something to be said with having to choose the right sizings with your value, you know, maximizing getting paid off when you do make hands, and nothing out of sorts so far.
No, obviously things haven't gone the way that Elias would have liked, but I think far be it from either of us to critique anything that he's done thus far. And conversely, with Chris Brewer, he has navigated his good fortune adeptly, and we see Elias ripping it in on the button for these 12 bigs with queen 6 suited and getting snap called by Brewer's ace deuce.
I'll watch this on TV this time.
He will seek to spin the wheel.
Pretty fair fight. Brewer trying to close this one out.
Here comes the flop.
That's going to be a tough one for me to win.
Queen 9 deuce, top pair and a flush draw for Darren. Just a pair of deuces for Brewer, who aptly identifies the low probability of victory for his holding. 5 of clubs on the turn, and all Darren has to do is fade an ace or a deuce that isn't a heart on this river to double up and sit with over 3 million, and he's done it courtesy of that 10 of spades.
And so far, Elias, a man of several lives in all-in situations. Tough to eliminate.
And there are the chip counts along with the fallen soldiers.
3.1. Yeah.
And for Elias, you know, he's got a reputation to upkeep. He is an end boss and certainly doesn't want to give up a chance to continue his domination.
And that's actually a nickname that was earned and assigned by his peers due to the frequency with which he would end up at final tables in tournaments.
Right. 400.
And the end boss has fought his way back into contention here. Goes to work once more with a queen six. This time out of position and not all in. Brewer limp calls, shares a six, and has flopped the open ender.
Yeah, and certainly expecting to see out of Elias a lot of continuation bets, being the pre-flop aggressor, but Brewer with a whole lot of equity.
10 seconds.
Not going anywhere, predictably. Calls the 300,000. Now, a pair of sevens on the turn for Brewer, who makes the best hand. Both players are open-ended. And Elias is going to barrel once more. This time, 700,000.
Yeah, really trying to put a lot of pressure on perhaps those weak one pair type holdings. If Elias didn't turn this straight draw equity, perhaps he would have elected to slow down.
10 seconds.
Of course, Brewer makes the call, and we've got a big pot on our hands here heading into the river. And 4 to a straight on the end. An unwelcome sight for Brewer, who makes two pair in the worst way. Elias, meanwhile, has made a pair of sixes. Darren checks it, and you wonder whether or not Chris is going to have visions of that king-jack that he value bet earlier in the match, and Elias check raised, having made trip deuces.
All in.
And it doesn't appear that that is the case, as he moves all in with the sixes and sevens. Undaunted by the possibility of Darren holding a 4 or a 9, figures he would have heard from him on the river with a third barrel if that were the case.
Yeah, and for Elias, just really trying to make sense of what Brewer has. Of course, a 9 or a 5 is one of those hands, but clearly, considering the fact that he's giving it some thought, feels like there could be some possible bluffs. Does fold, though.
Boy, pretty fearless stuff there from Brewer. And good to see he's still got his knife sharpened. And Elias briefly felt like he was up for air, but has slid right back to 13 bigs. $10-9 off on the button.
All in.
Going.
How much?
It's 1.6.
And he's going to rip it right in there, Maria.
13 bigs effective. Looks
Oh.
like Chris found something to call with.
Is it King X? King 9, I'm being told, is the hand that Brewer has decided to defend with. And pretty good situation for him, given that he shares the 9 with Elias. And before we get any further, Maria, how do you feel about the 10-9 all in?
I mean, I think it's fine, given his stack size. I think it's within your shoving range, but hate to see it, of course, when you're dominated. A lot of times you're supposed to have 2 live cards, not just 1.
No help on the flop or the turn for this 10-9, and Chris Brewer is 1 card away from coming back and besting Darren Elias. All he has to do is fade a 10. And he's done it.
Good game, man.
Pick him down.
That's fine.
King high holds, and Darren Elias finishes in 2nd place, while Chris Brewer
I get the
is your
picture.
event number 8 champion, winning $427,500 and leaving
it's a
Darren
nice win.
Elias to wonder what could have been, as he will collect $285,000 for 2nd.
Can't see the smile when the mask is on, but I'll take it off with a picture. Okay, okay.
Well, it was a fun one, Maria. These guys really grinded it out from the time it was 3-handed all the way to when we crowned a champion. Perhaps a touch of haste from Darren Elias at the end there. Could have afforded maybe to limp and give us some more poker, but certainly can't fault his decisions. The man has results for a reason. And the result here, not bad at all, as we look at the final payouts here in event number 8, brought to you by Zenni Eyewear, courtesy of the 59 total entries. 9 total places were paid. Matt Wantman was in 6th on the final table bubble. Alex Foxon in 7th, Ian O'Hara in 8th, and Eliran Yamin in 9th. And now is the moment where we send it back down to the final table, where Jeff Platt is standing by with our final 2.
Well, Darren, let me start with you, and it was certainly a swingy day, to say the least. How do you maintain your composure throughout a roller coaster ride like this?
Yeah, it's just poker. A lot of big hands there, a lot of all-ins in the beginning, so things kind of swung in my favor, and then once we got heads up, I lost every hand and ups and downs.
Will we see you firing the rest of the way here at the Poker Masters?
I'm not sure. I do have some stuff to do back in New Jersey, but we'll see.
Okay, sounds good. Great run at
Thanks.
it. Chris, you battle back. You find the W. Take us through what went right for you in this comeback.
I just won a lot of all-ins, which was super helpful. Won both the times I was against ace-full. And then I was super happy I made the right folds against Dalen, but I mean, those are really tough spots when it's against a guy who can actually bluff there. So kind of lucky I made the right decision. Obviously, he could have just bluffed me, but I'm pumped to win.
This is your 6th PokerGO Tour final table in the last month and a half. Where's your confidence level at right now?
I feel good about how I'm playing. I mean, I think so much of it is just how you're running. So it's nice to be running good, but I feel pretty similar about my play as I did 2 months ago when I wasn't making any final tables.
You excited for this closing stretch and
Yeah.
making a run at this purple jacket?
Yeah. The 100K and 50K should be pretty sweet.
All right, there it is. Ali Chris Brewer moving into 2nd in the overall series race, and he trails Brock Wilson.
Indeed he does, as there's been a shakeup in the overall Poker Masters leaderboard, courtesy of the results here in event number 8. And there is still plenty more to come in the series. The final table of event number 9, the 25K PLO, comes our way tomorrow. And of course, we have the 50K and the 100K still looming large. But in the meantime, on behalf of our entire crew here in Las Vegas and my partner Maria Ho, I'm Ali Najat saying so long, and we'll see you next time